Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you all slept well. Good to see you. So many thoughts going around in our heads, I think, since yesterday, that we can continue to reflect on this morning. I've just realized that I've forgotten my reading glasses. Which means I should just be inspired all morning without looking at any notes. If you see me going like this, I'm desperately trying to read things. So this morning we have a panel that will begin very shortly on host systems, institutions, and the production of disadvantage. Then we have a break for coffee, and then we're going into a final round table with the institutes, the host institutes of the Wisdom Programme, which you've been hearing about throughout the day yesterday. And they're each going to tell you about their experience of hosting the Wisdom Scholars, and we'll have some reflections about the challenges and successes and importance of that program, and if there are ways that we can sustain it going forwards, and how it fits into the OWSD ecosystem, if you like. But before we do that, I wanted to just think about some of the things that came up yesterday, not reading my notes. And the first thing I thought was very interesting was this notion of a systems approach to this topic. And yesterday what came up, especially in the discussion around ethics and around methodology and around performance indicators, you know, how do we measure the success of a program that is working for displaced women scientists? How do you measure that success? And in the very interesting methodology discussions, how do you even get to understand the impact of that program on the women who are undertaking that program, or who might undertake that program, or who don't undertake that program? How do you talk to them? How do you understand their needs, your needs, and how do you transform that into a program that can address some of those needs and challenges? So I thought that was really interesting, and again, for us at OWSD, we need to reflect how we can continue to work with you and develop programs that really sustain you in all the different variations of being in higher education as a displaced woman. What does that look like? How can we ensure that your contributions, your amazing research, your amazing and very valuable experience — that was another thing that came out yesterday, which I loved — was that, you know, your experience and your knowledge is precious and it's unique. And that needs to be celebrated, and that needs to be brought in. And how can we at OWSD really make the most of that, basically? The second thing that I thought was really interesting, and again it's something that we're thinking about a lot at OWSD, is the storytelling aspect, which came out again from the methodology. And we're talking about positionality. Who has the right to tell your story, my story, our story? How do they get access to tell their stories? And how can we at OWSD magnify those stories, make sure that they're heard without, can I say the word, damaging anybody, without putting anybody in a even more vulnerable position? These are things that we're thinking about all the time. We're thinking about, all of us now in our presentations. I know you're all thinking about that. And you're thinking about your photographs, you're thinking about your videos, you're thinking about, am I putting anybody in danger? So storytelling in your context is quite different. But I found it very, very moving, and I think it's going to make a big difference to how we at OWSD are working. But this idea of qualitative, which came out yesterday, which we discussed at length, what I want to say, this discussion about is qualitative evidence by nature it's not objective, right? By nature it's not objective. That makes it unscientific. And where we always go, where scientists always go, I don't call myself a scientist, I'm a fully fledged social scientist. When we talk about numbers, we want to think about impact. Sorry, I meant it the other way around. When we talk about impact, we come up with numbers. This is always the way. So whenever you see PowerPoints, it's always like, how many people enrolled on this program? How many people, finished this program? Numbers, 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 as though that is the impact, as though that is literally what counts. We don't know anything about their experience. They are 54 early career awardees. Okay, that's fantastic, but what's the context? Why is that an important number? Why is that even a big number when you think of all the women in the world that could be early career scientists? What about the experience for them? What about the impact of what they're doing on people around them in their institutions, in their communities? There are many other things to measure. But the irony of it all is that when it comes to funding, it's only the stories that count. If you can tell a good story, if you can show a fantastic film, and we are so grateful to Nicole for the input her films have made in the OWSD storytelling project and the accessibility those films have really created to making our work visible to a huge number of people around the world. When people are really asking you about input, they want the stories. That's the point. So these are all things that I think is interesting today to think about. I think that's enough. I think that's a lot of things to be thinking about. Just before we start, then, has anybody got any comments that they would like to say before we start? Yes, please.
It's not only about funding.
Do we have a... Sorry. Yeah.
Just want to add that telling stories, it's not just about funding, it's about how to reach to human beings, how to get into the hearts, how to get your story heard, how to get people moved and maybe act. If you want to do advocacy, stories is the best tool that we can use. It's very human. We want to hear about names, to put names to the faces, to put names to the stories. So it's not just funding thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just since the mic is here, I think it's about being critical of the numbers as well. Like the slide I showed about the percentage of refugees accessing higher education. Sometimes institutions can pat themselves on the back and say, look, we got these many people in. But asking how their experience really was and saying, well, yeah, there's this many people going to higher education, but they're just taking one course. Are we looking at, or how do we break down that number would be one, or just understanding that experience in a much deeper context and what's really a quality experience and valuable for them rather than just numbers. And how do we convince donors or others to use beyond just the numbers, I think is really important questions.
Thank you, Tonya, for this reflection. And I was also thinking about it last night, and what hit me very immensely was the presentation of Ala. And she has told us that she has packed all her life in a 30 kg bag. Imagining that is something that one cannot, it's something very special. So she would have, me being a scientist, she would have the exact tools to really magnify on these displaced women and talk to them. How does it feel? What are the constraints? because for someone else, it would be a blind spot that you pass. But for a person like Ala, a scientist, who has the same experience herself, packing all her life in a bag and moving to another country, I think this gives her the special powers, let's say, a different lens to look at it, to make it not just about the numbers, but about the story, about the impact in a way that humans can connect to. So that's why I think numbers are important, but also what does each number mean? And even if the sample size is less, we had a talk with 13 numbers, 13 sample size, that means each one of them had a story and they were so powerful, it was worth presenting.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have time for a couple more comments, and then of course at the end of the morning we can have more comments as well. So the couple over there.
Okay, good morning for you all. I think if I stakeholder and I have opportunity to give one course for all the women around the world, I will give them a course of psychological first aid and survival act, because when we deal with women, we deal with a body full of feelings, and it's very important and crucial to focus on the psycho issues within the females in order to be healthy to act with family, children, work, and science. You know, that's the first point. The second about numbers. Numbers is very important, but also we have to look what beyond the number. And we have number and how to convert this number for a result that can achieve more benefit and change, in the words, change painful institutions to hope, for example, which is very important. Not just having a number and celebrating we have number and results for our research, but we have continuous monitoring, evaluation, and re-evaluation to make a change. That's the point. Thank you.
And then in the back there was yeah.
Hello, good morning, everybody. The way I have now come to understand the phenomena, that it's huge. There are many more whose stories must be told, and then there are very few who are in position, and I repeat, in position to tell the stories. So then, I think we need to enlarge the circle of those who are in position to be heard and whose narrative matter. And I think it feels bad that are we looking the intensity of the pain to matter to be heard, or has education, has freedom and right to life can just be taken as a human right other than anything else and above anything else. So I think we need to take our messages beyond closed doors and out in the public, because when we go in public, it's really hard to get through your message, be heard and understood by larger public. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was very powerful and really something that we should consider. And Sena has something to say.
Exciting to speak from the audience now. Just one comment, because I think some things that coming up is like, it's almost a tension between, let's say, the human aspect and the funding aspect, right? It's almost like talking about funding is almost like a bad word. It feels so dry, it feels so horrible, but really, I mean, as we said in the beginning, the way that we imagined the conference in the beginning is like this community of practice building, right? And a community of practice has so many sides to it. And when you're looking at it as an organization, you want to develop programs to support women scientists who are in these situations. And really it comes down to funding, whether you can run these programs. Of course, that's not the entire solution. Of course, the human aspect is the most important one, but that's why I think the storytelling approach that Tonya highlighted is so important, because it's like storytelling, I mean, literature as a whole, literature, poetry, art in general, it has this capacity, it's like a humanizing capacity, right? It can explain to people who otherwise would never understand it, why things are important. So I think that it's two sides of the same coin, and as I see it, at least, this community of practice has these two elements, right? There's the literature, the humanizing power of storytelling, which is most unique when it's real, actually, right? it's real stories. That's when it becomes storytelling. And then the connections with how we can use that to leverage the networks that we have. And so thinking about these things as we leave this conference today, I think would be one of the most important things for us to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the final thought I would leave in consideration with that is the emotions. The emotions are very high, and how does that fit in with science? How does that fit in with storytelling? What happens if you break down when you're telling your story? Those are things I think that we don't talk about, and that it would be good to consider how to. I don't know. I don't like the word manage, but how does that work for you? How do you feel about that? And there's a fear of the emotionality of it as well, I think, which we should all think about together. Okay, so we're now going to go to our first panel of the morning. Thank goodness it's up there because I can't read it. And the title is Host Systems, Institutions and the Production of Disadvantage. I'm going to ask Nadia up onto the stage as the chair of this session. And Chiara, Anna, Aisha, Monica, and Rana is not with us. Is Rana online? And Rana is going to be online.
Good morning, everyone. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to the session on host system, institutions, and production of disadvantage. So this session brings into focus a critical but often underexamined dimension of displacement, how host country institutions, academic systems, and policy environments and how they actively shape not only access to opportunity, but also processes of marginalization and exclusion and knowledge disruption. So importantly, the paper in this session moved beyond viewing from displacement as a temporary condition. Instead, that they reveal how structural inequalities are reproduced and sometimes transformed within academic and scientific spaces, so particularly through the lens of gender. So across a diverse context, including Latin America, Europe, Afghanistan, and transnational diaspora networks, our speakers examine how displaced scholars and students navigate institutional barriers and negotiate identity, and also contribute to the continuity or fragmentation of the society and the scientific knowledge. So first, as a chair, I'll try to keep as on time to ensure the space for discussion, and I encourage all you to engage in the question answers. So let's begin with the introduction of our speakers. So our first speaker is Chiara, and she's a PhD candidate at Leiden University, Institution of Political Science, and her work focuses on qualitative research and narrative meaning making with a strong background in the development and sociology. Today she'll talk on gender marginalizations, Venezuelan women in Peru. Then we have Monica. No, sorry. The second one is Amna. Amna will be the second. So actually, we changed the because of one of our speaker is online. So the second one is Amna, and Dr. Amna Mahmood, a scholar in molecular biology and microbiology, biochemistry, whose work centers on gender-responsive STEMs capacity building in crisis and displacement context, particularly linked to Afghanistan. Then our third speaker will be Professor Dr. Aisha. And Dr. Aisha focuses on global higher education,
academic mobility, and equity in knowledge production, particularly in the context of digital transformation and international collaboration. So she'll talk on epistemic displacement and identity. Then on our, then the fourth speaker of the session will be Monica. And Monica is a research fellow at the University of Trento, and her work focuses on refugee students in higher education with focus on migration, equity, and inclusion. So I'll ask first Chiara. Chiara, floor is to you.
Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to talk about the displacement of Venezuelan social scientists, and I'm going to tell the story of their career trajectories when they settle in Peru, which is my home country, by the way. So the research question that I had is how forced displacement affected the career trajectories of these women. And this was a project commissioned by OWSD, and I conducted 8 semi-structured interviews with psychologists, economists, sociologists, political scientists, and gender studies specialists for this project. The idea, as I said, was to get an overview, almost a timeline of what happened with their careers when they were displaced. So I understand many of you probably are not aware of the situation in Venezuela, but in 2015, the economic and political crisis clashed in Venezuela. 7.9 million people were forcibly displaced. They had to flee the country, mainly for extreme poverty and political persecution. And this was something that particularly affected these women because they were doing social sciences, so they were seen as opposition to the government, and they were persecuted by that. And just to give you a sense of the crisis, the salary that a university professor would have at that time was equivalent of $2 to $3 a month. So 1.7 million of them migrated, they actually had, we had this discussion with them because they actually were in a very privileged position in Venezuela when they took the decision to leave. So their path to Peru was perhaps very particular. They could afford a flight to Peru. They consider that something very privileged because many of the Venezuelans just walk through the Darien, which is a very difficult and dangerous jungle that they need to cross to leave the country and enter other Latin American regions. So they moved to Peru, and then something that perhaps is also important to mention, we share language. Peru and Venezuela, we both speak Spanish, which already explains what I'm going to tell you next. So to start with the story of their trajectories, what happened is that they told me that life in Venezuela, working as scientists in Venezuela, was actually beautiful. It was a life where they could have funding, where they could just follow their careers, they could stay in the same towns where they were born, they could study there, they could build their careers up from their bachelor's towards a PhD, they could publish, they could teach. They had the time and the fundings to also conduct some work for their communities. They were working as therapists for free in some communities, while teaching, inspiring students, publishing their own research, and they had the opportunity to work. These are some of the experiences, and as we've been talking about this kind of dilemma between numbers and how to report on experiences, maybe this could give you an idea of how can we recollect some of these stories and make it clear. So they, when I asked them about their work experience in Venezuela, they were talking about how they could reach ranks of full professors, and they could start working in social projects. They could be returning this knowledge to their communities, and they see something that they actually consider very valuable when you ask them about their careers. They could travel to different countries to inspire other people. And it's interesting because it's something that I could never expect that was happening in my region. in fact, like as a social scientist in Peru, we don't have that. And it's something that is very difficult, or at least for me, when they were telling me their stories, I was very much puzzled, and I always admired them so much, but also I was thinking, like, why don't we know that this actually exists here, and it's not just in Europe that you have to go to get this type of recognition for your careers? But then they had to leave, and the reasons that they left were different. It all started, of course, when the crisis hit, and as I said, political persecution, but mainly economic hardship were the drivers for these decisions. And one of them told me that, well, there were different, moments that they made them realize, okay, this is the last thing they can handle. And one of them was telling me that their patients were paying them with a bar of soap or a package of flour instead of, money for the sessions. And then, they realized that the crisis was unbearable, and they had to leave. And they had, as I said, they had savings. They were working in universities before. They were working for government institutions before. They had money to pay for a flight, but they had to go anyway. And when they left to Peru, they faced many of the things that we've been discussing before. The recognition of their diplomas, very costly, $125 at the time, and that's obviously impossible for someone who had to leave their home country with just a carry-on and no money left. They also had to deal with something that I guess is very discipline-specific, and as a social scientist in Peru, as a female social scientist in Peru, you are normally exposed to conduct research in very vulnerable settings. And this is something that they didn't know. They arrived there, they were sent to conduct fieldwork in dangerous areas where I would never accept going because I knew already about the context. And so they were exposed to, exploitation, vulnerability, but also they were taken advantage of because they didn't know about the context in Peru and they couldn't choose where to work or not. But something that perhaps for me was unexpected, I guess, is that they also had to deal with gender-based violence and discrimination, gender-based discrimination in Peru. And they talked about this, explaining that, there's discrimination against Venezuelans in Peru, but mainly it's because female Venezuelans are hypersexualized and they are seen and perceived by Peruvians as easy, as too seductive, but just by the way they communicate to each other, the way they speak, their accent. We all speak Spanish in the region, but they have a different accent. They are from a different country. And in general, they were telling me how this was something also affecting their career trajectories because they were put to work at facing roles. For example, service industry, but they were put it on the front desk. They were trying to exploit this gender aspect, and people were, abusing of that, right? So they were also exposed to harassment, sexual abuse. They were, and something that was really painful for me is that they told me how they start changing not only their careers, but also the way they express themselves. They couldn't greet the same way. One of them told me that they took away her smile because that was seen as seductive in Peru, and that is something that she couldn't do anymore. So this was also something like combined with their careers change and everything. But after years, they managed to thrive, and and I'm not trying to minimize what they've been through, but I think it's something important to highlight here. They open organizations to work helping other Venezuelans. They are providing guidance, psychological support, legal advice. They publish books on gender equality. They could not do that in Peru. They had to leave Peru as well because gender-based violence and discrimination made that impossible in Peru. But something that was also very important is that they told me that they were shocked that Peruvians didn't do anything against this gender-based discrimination. And that leads me to what I think we could do with this information. Universities could help these women having them in classrooms, having them already empowered. They already have the experience of having a successful career as females. They already put that fight in their home countries. And this is such a missed opportunity because I know it sounds a bit cold, but universities also need to comply to quotas. They need female professors. And in Peru, this is something that we cannot solve. So as I remember in my bachelor's, over the 6 years I was there, I only had 2 female professors. So when we take these stories and we can take the experiences women went through, but not only the hardship and the bad experiences when they settle in Peru, but all the embodied empowerment that they have. They are empowered female researchers. They were professors. And this is an opportunity that we could take and learn from that. And perhaps universities and migration office could work together, creating a pool for researchers or highly ranked academics who are entering the country in a better position to empower others or to inspire other female researchers. Well, the fast track recognition is something that also could be linked to the universities on the policy side as well. And finally, I think I mentioned this before, I think if we take these experiences, we take the knowledge that we have, that they have, the lack of women researchers that we have in Peru, the lack of institutions that can work on providing these services to improve gender equality in the academic field in the host country from the host country perspective, we could create a circle to, I know it sounds weird, but I think from the host country perspective, we need to know, as I said before yesterday, how to sell these experiences in a way that it can be seen differently. And my point is that from the host country perspective, we could also frame this as an opportunity. We have researchers with experience. We have researchers speaking the same language. We have researchers already empowered, already fighting for that, and already upset about gender inequality and about harassment. And it's something that as a woman coming from the host country, I would love to have. I would love to have them as professors. I would love to have them as leaders in research projects. And I think it's something that it can be done, it can be approached from multidisciplinary perspective, from the NGOs, from the universities mainly, and the universities pushing themselves for fast-track recognition of their degrees, but also for the continuity in their careers the continuity in their careers has been so inspiring, and I guess a very good example of what we can do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That was very insightful to know about the inequality and the dynamics of higher education in Peru. So that was really enlightening. So the next speaker for our today's session is Dr. Amna Mahmood. So Dr. Amna will speak on STEM capacity in crisis, Afghanistan. I'm the molecular biologist in the group. So, thank you so much for the introduction. And first, I would like to shortly introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. I'm Amna Mahmood. I'm from Afghanistan. I have a history of displacement, being a refugee, and through the help of community in Pakistan, we were able to have the opportunity to study. Not through the systems, through the policies, but through the people who were there and who were willing to help. And somehow I found my way to get a scholarship to come to Germany for 1 year master's scholarship, that's what I was telling. And from there onwards, I started my journey, academic journey of doing my PhD, a postdoc, going back to Afghanistan, working in Ministry of Public Health, on establishment of reference labs, traveling to different provinces with the WHO and the Global Fund projects, and training the technicians and the scientists on the ground with these molecular biology techniques. which played a very important role during COVID-19 pandemic. Afterwards, I did a postdoc in Germany, and currently I'm working as a senior scientist in the lab. My scientific work has nothing to do with what I'm going to present today. I'm a molecular biologist. I design proteins. I study genes. I do molecular dynamics. So it has nothing to do with what I'm going to present. But why I'm going to present and why it is important for me. So as you see, I wear not my lab coat that I use in the lab with the full sleeves, but this is a representation for those of us in Afghanistan who are not able to practice their profession, who are banned to study, who are banned to be a woman. So I'm wearing my lab coat and not my fancy suit in solidarity to them. And in this context, it's very important that we understand that what happens to the woman when the basic right to be a human being is taken from you. The identity of being a woman and being a scientist is taken from you. And I ask myself this question, me being the privileged one, some of us talked about the guilt of being the survival and everything. I feel myself responsible that I'm in a place, I'm safe, my family is safe. What am I doing to help them? Beside my full-time job and being a mother of 2 kids. So that's why I started this project, and I will be telling more in detail what I'm doing. So this one? This one, okay. The context is from August 2021, Afghan women, girls, beyond 6th grade, they are banned from education. That means that any girl who's above 12 years old, they are not allowed, as per law, to go to school. They are not allowed to go to university. They are not allowed to practice their profession, to be a scientist, to be a teacher. And that means that in law in Afghanistan, there are more than 100 restrictions that are placed on women. It takes from how much of your hand can be seen in public, how loud can you speak in public, how long can you travel, to basically every aspect of life. So in a country, from the country that I'm coming, that's why I feel responsible to do something. And that something is, since I'm a scientist, that's what I can do. I can study patterns, I can go in deep details and try to find a way what is happening, what's the start, what's the middle, what's the process, and what's the outcome. So what we are analyzing here is that the disruption in STEM is basically students are not allowed to go to school after 6th class, where the basic STEM studies starts, the mathematics, the biology, the physics. Then they are not allowed to go to universities. They are not allowed to go to research facilities. Ultimately, they are not allowed to work. And I'm afraid there will come a time they will say, you are not allowed to exist. So this will bring us to a very important point, which is that the risk is, yes, there is no education, there is no work, there is no freedom to practice, to talk, to be a woman. But it also risks the loss of scientific identity and workforce. Why it is important now? I'm a very big believer of there's always light at the end of the tunnel. It doesn't matter how dark is the night, there will be a morning, there will be a dawn. So I have seen it multiple times in my life and in every other woman's life I talk to. You are all the examples. So why it is important at this time to keep this scientific identity of these women, of these scientists, of these future scientists? Because they will not stay forever, but once they are gone, we will lose the people who are the teenagers, who were aspired to be an astronaut, or to be a teacher, or to be a scientist. So that is the aim behind it. And what is currently being done, and I'm very grateful for all different interventions that are being in place, and people are helping from all different perspectives, but it is mostly, as one of colleagues said yesterday, that the interventions are short-term, they are one-time, they are focusing on one course. So what does it mean for the person who has lost the opportunity to go to university after the second semester? Yeah, so one-time course, as you have said, what will bring to that person? Yeah. The second thing is that because school is very important, and after 6th grade, there is no school for girls, so most of the efforts are going in the direction of teaching girls at home online. It's really great. But in this whole chaos that is there, what is really important is that the STEM graduates and the early career scientists whose knowledge, whose academic lives, whose journeys were interrupted in the middle, not because they were not talented enough, but because they are unfortunate enough to be in Afghanistan at that point of time. So what is important for these, so that is my focus area, STEM graduates and early career scientists, that they lack mentorship, and what are the possible ways that even being under these circumstances, how can they keep their identity? What needs to be done? So coming from the molecular biology point, so I had to make a gap analysis. What were the gaps? What do I see as per from my perspective, and having the lens of being an Afghan refugee, a woman who is now here and has family in Afghanistan. So all these are included in whatever I'm doing. It's part of me, it's part of my research. So these gaps were identified, which I talked about, and we worked on establishment of a STEM committee. That's the first time that women higher education or STEM graduates are in focus under Afghanistan Engineer Council. So the Engineer Council, this was for all Afghan engineers, and there we established this committee. And the methodology that we used, since I'm not a social scientist, I did my homework, what I could do my best, because my idea was to reach to everyone possible who had a science degree or could not continue education after 3rd semester, 2nd semester. So I did not have a strict criteria. The only thing was that they were Afghans, and they were either graduates or about to graduate. So that was the criteria. And I collected the data. It was a mixed method and for need assessment, because I wanted to understand maybe what I think, what are their needs, is not exactly what their needs are, because I am talking from a position of privilege, let's say. And they are on the ground, they are inside the fire, they know what they need for their survival. So that need assessment helped me to design the interventions that would help them, because it's for them. And they should tell me what they need. I cannot say it on my own that that can be your need. So that need assessment helped me in that context. And afterwards, because it's also important to see what is the result. So I had a structured questionnaire, and the questionnaire was, it was a very simple 5 minutes to fill, a pre-webinar, pre-community gathering, and then an ongoing. So they were able to do a post and different intervals. So it's an ongoing process. It's a longitudinal research or longitudinal analysis of how they are being, seeing changes in themselves. So there were open-ended questions that they could write whatever they want to write. They were not options, they were open-ended questions. So the measures that I asked was, the first thing was, what are the barriers? And what support do you need? What do you think that for these barriers, which supports are important for you at this time? And the measures for them were, as science graduates, were how is your awareness about you being a scientist in Afghanistan? What can you do? How confident do you feel to call yourself a scientist? This is anyways a problem for women, but especially for women with a disadvantaged background, especially a woman who is not allowed to be a woman. And do you have a scientific identity? Do you see yourself as a scientist? So these were my talking points. I think I'm taking a bit longer, but I will try to make it fast. So the participants were mostly Afghans, but also some refugees who are stuck in Pakistan and in Iran under the circumstances that they are. And they were students and early career STEM graduates. So I have some numbers. What we saw was that, we don't have a pointer, do we? This one. Okay, thank you. So what we are seeing here, that the key barriers, it's an open-ended questionnaire. So that's important to understand, that what they categorized the highest was systems restrictions. I mean, it's not a surprise. If you're from Afghanistan, you will see that, right? Lack of mentorship. There's a lot of knowledge. Internet is full of them, but it is not tailored for Afghan women, for a graduate from Afghanistan. So they need this being tailored to them. Psychological stress, and yesterday when Dr. Naveen and Ala was presenting their research, this was a very recurring theme, that psychological stress was one of the highest, you can see, as high as the systematic restriction that these women graduates were facing. Language barriers, most of the programs are either in English or in the language that is not easy for them to understand. Documentation, recognition, these are from the people who are in diaspora, so in refugee camps, and that's also something that we saw among Syrian refugee women. Visa issues, internet limitations. I think we can talk about them. But the needs that they ask for, the help that they ask for was scholarship guidance. So they all want to come out. They know there's no way out. They need to find a way, because they are educated enough that they know that I need to get out of that place. They need mentorship. And I'm happy that they ask that they need for mentorship. They need ways, they know that there is a motivation letter, and I need to write it for a scholarship organization differently than to a university. And definitely they said they need English test support, they need technical trainings. So what this whole data gave me was that there is a clear alignment between the barriers that they are facing and the support they are asking us for. And this assessment helped me to design a data-informed intervention. So once you diagnose a disease, once you know that these are the markers I use to diagnose this disease, how will I now address it? How will I help? How will I treat it? And what I did was to prepare regular, structured webinars. That would mean they will not be one time. They will be occurring at regular intervals. They will be forced, or they will be targeted toward Afghanistan. Sometimes I have to wake at 5 o'clock in the morning, so it is a proper time for Afghan students that I can go afterwards to my work. So it is tailored for their needs. Targeted mentorship. So the STEM graduates, so there is a specific need. For example, I told some of the engineering students that if you are in Afghanistan, you are stuck, you need mentorship, you need to apply for as many as possible online volunteering jobs. So you can get the experience. And the scientific identity, so the reconnecting them with people who are also scientists, who came from the same background, so they can share. They feel like they are part of the community. They are not the only one going through this whole process. We have around about 100 members. They are all engineers, either finished or in the middle of their studies, and this is gender responsive. So the webinars are not just for women, but for everyone that are willing to contribute. I just want to shortly talk about this awareness, confidence, and identity. So this program has been running for more than half a year, and in planning, it's 1.5 years that I have been working on that. And the baseline that we started is almost 20%. How they see themselves, how is their information or awareness, confidence, and scientific identity. And in different stages, what we did was, as it's an open questionnaire, and they can write down whatever they want to, and grade it, how they see themselves, how these interventions, which are for them because they ask for it, how they help them. And I can say that in less than a year, one can see a progress because they are hopeful. The only thing I'm happy about is that they are hopeful. They know that they can become a scientist. They know their story is not a disadvantage, but it can make them more, sorry to use the word resilient, but it can make them someone who can be a future minister, or whoever they want to be, because they will always not be this regime, that I'm sure of. So the challenges are there. We have, so it's volunteer-based, security constraints, and restrictions of education and resources. So all the challenges, I think most of us have already discussed about them. And my conclusion, and that's the last slide, these are the Afghan engineering students in 2017, which were actively working. So it's not about the talent, but what is important is the access, the continuity, and the system level of support. And yeah, at the end, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and my collaborators in Afghanistan, and I'm open to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Amna, for this insightful story about Afghanistan. Now I would request Professor Aisha for her presentation.
Buongiorno, good morning everyone. I tried to pick up some Italian while here, but I think I'm too old for that. My brain is not functioning. So yeah. Okay, let me just test the technology first. And yeah, it's working fine, great. Perfect. So today I'm presenting an ongoing research. It's a research paper titled Epistemic Displacement, Gender, Scientific Identity and Knowledge Continuity Under Conditions of Forced and Structural Mobility. But then my research, or this ongoing paper deals with issues of epistemic displacement, so it's not the actual physical aspect of displacement, but more of like the knowledge and the science being displaced as, let's say, global north versus global south kind of conversation, where global south scholars are usually marginalized in global conversations. So a little food for thought with this quote here. So some scholars carry their research across borders, global, yeah. And then others carry the weight of proving again and again that their knowledge still belongs. And if you listen to Eminem, again and again. So we always have to prove in spaces that we belong. And it's very interesting. I've been to conferences in the US and in Canada and other places. And it's very funny that, and I'm sorry for being very direct, when it's a panel of Europeans, it's a full room. When it's a panel of Africans, I'm Moroccan, I'm African, it's an empty room. So in global spaces, you see that we don't actually belong, to be fair. We try to, we do our best to, but somehow, for some reason, we're born at an era that that is not just, in a sense, that people are not viewed the same. So in Islam, we have this, I will not call it a concept, but it's a pillar of Islam, is that all people are equal, regardless of faith, whether you're Muslim or not, doesn't matter, regardless of color, of gender, where you're from. So interesting, for me as somebody who grew up in Morocco and didn't leave the country, I live in Morocco. Not planning to leave anytime soon. I enjoy being in Morocco. My first experience abroad, which was over a decade ago, I was very surprised, to be fair, because we do see in the news and we do see on social media and so forth that there is this divide, but to see it and live it with other people, and I feel and empathize with people that leave their countries and live somewhere else. How do you survive that? Chapeau, as they say in French. Hats off. Yeah. It takes a lot of courage to be able to live somewhere else and to be a part of it, whether be it as an immigrant or somebody who's displaced in that capacity. So going back to the concept of my papers, so epistemic displacement refers to the erosion, interruption, or devaluation of scientific identity and knowledge production that happens when scholars are forced to move or constantly adapt under unstable conditions. Now, unlike traditional views of displacement, as I mentioned earlier, which focus on physical relocation, this concept shows that intellectual trajectories themselves become fragmented. So the key idea here is displacement is not only about geography, but it's about the full lived experiences of human beings. So the problem statement of my paper is as such. Academic mobility is often presented as something positive, and this statement in itself is very problematic. It is described as a driver of innovation, collaboration, and knowledge exchange. However, these narratives often hide the unequal conditions behind mobility. Because yes, the pictures look nice, but I'm sorry, reality is very different for people coming from other countries. And we all like to go to these big universities, I will not be mentioning names, but it's funny to walk through alleys hallways inside of universities, and you see all these pictures, all this diversity and whatnot. And then in the actual space, good luck finding a place. Good luck doing that. And this is not a story, but it's a little experience I've had. For example, with publishing, I suddenly found myself very interested in editing books and publishing books. For someone who used to hate, well, I loved reading as a kid. As a teen, I hated reading. But then I grew out of it, and now I like to write them. Funny, yeah. My first book thank you. My first book, I sent like a research or a book proposal to a publishing company, XYZ. And it was the most interesting rejection email I've got. Because yes, I understand when you say it's rejected because the title is not fancy, or the structure is not right, the research is not right, the content is not right, something. Like, give me an actual scientific excuse why the project is not accepted. The email bluntly said, or stated that, no one would be interested to read about Morocco. About Morocco. Maghreb, yeah. I'm like, Habibi, come on. And it actually became, the very same book they rejected got published eventually with Springer and Palgrave Macmillan, and it's a nice reference. It's a comparative study between Morocco and South Korea in terms of internationalization, international education, and so forth, and more policy-oriented and whatnot. And it is used as a reference in one of the courses at a university in China, so it did well. Thank you. So basically, yeah, we have to walk not the extra mile, but the extra 1,000 mile every time we try to do something. And it's okay to get rejected on scientific basis, but rejection on geographical or gender or faith or any other basis is just absolute nonsense. Okay, I'll try to. Okay, I'll try to skip some slides. Is that okay? Yeah. All right, thank you. So gender here is also essential to this epistemic analysis of my work. Even though women's participation in higher education has increased globally in a sense, inequalities still remain, whether in leadership, funding, as previously mentioned by colleagues, and also recognition. And we see, for those of us who are in higher education, or any job basically, you see that there is a kind of patriarchal culture within institutions where women who outperform, who perform well, who do their job to the best of their ability, who are recognized as authorities in their field, are viewed by their male counterparts as difficult. When a man is the same thing, he is oh la la, he's a leader, huh? Yeah, but when it's a woman, I don't want to use a bad word, but it's the one that starts with a B. So you see the difference. You see the difference, yeah. Okay, so in the Global South, these challenges are even further intensified because, again, funding, restricted access to publication networks, and going back to publishing, I got rejected in Morocco as well, so don't worry. And basically, they said, well, my first book was published as a PhD student. So they're like, hey, you're just a PhD student, you cannot publish. But it's mainly, no, you're a female PhD student, because my other male PhD students, 2 of them at that time, my cohort, they published. Yeah. So again, there are also bureaucratic barriers, of course, and unstable institutional governance. So such dynamics are not only theoretical, they are lived experiences. So I've encountered cases of these personally, and I find it interesting to work on this paper as something that is concrete. So a key contribution of the paper is the idea of the invisible labor. Scholars experiencing displacement often spend significant time rebuilding networks, securing funding, and adapting to new environments. But this work is not visible in academic evaluation systems, which focus mainly on outputs like publications and not the actual labor that led you all the way to producing scholarship. So the paper highlights the tension between two main ideas. On one hand, scholars are expected to be resilient, sorry for that, and adaptable. And on the other hand, the systems they often work in do not provide stability or continuity anyways. So you could work on a project today and then tomorrow disappears. There's no continuity, there's no support. If you require funding, then go for it. If you don't, it's either you pay out of your pocket or you're like, sorry, I can't do this anymore. So in current science diplomacy frameworks, support is often focused on scholars displaced again due to conflict, especially refugees. These programs are, again, very important, but they do not fully address scholars who experience long-term or structural forms of displacement linked to unstable systems. Because to be sustainable with this, we have to rethink the governance and the systems behind the decision-making processes within science in general. I'm sorry. Of course, it's rethink solutions, please. Yeah. I'll have to skip that for time constraints. And so again, key takeaways. So there are epistemic displacement reshapes knowledge production. It is also structural and not only individual. Gender and global inequalities intensify its effects. What is displayed is not only the scholar, but the continuity of knowledge itself. And yeah, to conclude, epistemic displacement helps us understand that academic mobility is not neutral. Nothing is neutral. It reshapes scientific identity, knowledge production, and professional recognition. These effects are structured and not individual. And I leave you here with a final quote. Ensuring knowledge continuity requires not only moving scholars, but also sustaining the conditions where they work. And as a final note, I thank you very much, and I hope that when we all go back home, let's reconnect, let's try to work together, but also let's think of sustainable structural ways in which we can collaborate that can go beyond this conference, these 2 days, you know, maybe for many, many years to come. Why not? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aisha. And I would request Monica to please to consider the time. Monica, next speaker.
Okay, so how do we do We don't have slides? We don't have slides here? Okay. Good morning, everybody. And I'm going to walk you through a little bit to Italy, where you are. And Italy has a very, very strong tradition of knowledge production, knowledge protection, and also contributing with scholars from abroad. And these efforts date back to 16th century, where Greek scholars have always arrived here. They promoted their knowledge, and Italian Accademia adopted, created spaces for them. The tradition is quite strong, but unfortunately slightly inconsistent, I would say. So the study that I'm going to discuss with you is based on 33 interviews that we collected from students who were displaced and arrived in Italy and decided to pursue their further education, or their career were interrupted and they decided to in order to rebuild their career, to join their studies. So there are 15 female and 17 female and 15 males that we interviewed in the University of Trento, Padova, Milan, and Venice. So what is the current situation of the educational availability that are available to displaced students? Fortunately, students have certain opportunities, but they are not equal. They are horizontally and vertically dispersed across various levels. So students who come here, or people who are refugee here and they arrive here, want to study, there are opportunities available, but they are not structured enough, they are not many, so they are restricted on that level also. And the expansion is more horizontal towards vertical. And then, because, like I told you, Italy has a very strong tradition, so it decided in 2018 and 19 to include refugee students from Africa, Palestine, Afghanistan, and the opportunities was also made available to those students as well. And, okay, I just wanted to say that for displaced women students, especially in STEM, the pipe is rusty and clogged, I would say. So why is it so? Because when these students or women, they come here, actually they have already broken some barriers. They have already faced the hardship. They have already fought with the system. They have already fought with their families, with the tradition, with their culture. So when they are able to arrive to the other context, the other countries, it's really, really naive to consider these women weak, fragile, vulnerable. It's rather to give them platform so that they could build upon the strengths that they already accumulated to continue for themselves, for their next generations, and for the host context where there are. So I have included some of examples of these. I was always silent, I was obedient, I was doing whatever I was told to do. Sometimes I was crying, but having the fear that crying could deprive me of the education opportunity to study, I accepted whatever my brother and father told me to do. So they have fought the norms, they have fought the coercion, they have forced the suppression to be able to study. Similarly, there were some other students who were from the cultures where it is still preferences to have the male child. So their parents were criticized for having female child, and let alone letting them go to study and go to university. So these women, they end up building a huge debt towards their parents. They strongly feel like that they have to pay back to their families. So, in all sort of situations, they continue their studies so they are able to pay back to their families. So what happens when their context becomes a barrier? It's on two levels. One is access and the other one is selection. So when the selections happen, usually it is not considered which area they are coming from. So we had people who are in far away rural refugee camps, and if they are able to study and be able to achieve, to arrive to that level, it is not considered. What is considered? What diploma says about them. So it becomes and it turns into a selection barrier. On the access barrier, what happens? When I decided to join the university, the operator in the welcome center told me, look, you're a mother, you have children to feed, you better learn Italian and look work to feed your children. You cannot be a professor here. It is not how it works in Italy. So you see there are different dynamics of all these women who have already fought, and probably some of them are really exhausting of fighting. So just to give them little support so they are able to continue those struggle is what they are actually asking. The second dimension of the same phenomena is the stickiness of being refugee. When you are refugee, that's this very identity covers or wipes out every other identity. You are nothing more than a refugee. You have no knowledge, you have no value, you have no epistemic authority in the new context, which is very unfortunate. And also, being undervalued, being invisible, not being seen, not being heard, is another dimension of the barrier, of the structural conditions that they have to face when they start to include themselves in the academic and educational spaces. So my point is, what is happening to these women, we need to understand it is not towards a group of people, it is towards a system, towards a society, and the consequences are cascading. It is not only onto this group of people, but also it has repercussions not only for these students, because what happens when they go through these barriers and blocks, they block their trauma, they become hyper-independent. All female students that we talk to, they always refused seeking help. So they become super, block themselves, they cannot talk to people, they cannot ask for help, and it becomes a hyper-independence which severely damages their physical, psychological, and mental health. Self-blame and gratitude. See, this paradox of being a refugee, you should be thankful. So they are always inclined to demonstrate their gratitude, to demonstrate that they are thankful to have these opportunities, and then what happens? All this, like yesterday we were talking about survival guilt. So the survival guilt is compounded again with the self-blame, and then they just block themselves, they suffer in silence, and in most cases there is nobody to reach out to them because they are not able to speak to anybody. Okay. And at institutional level, this results in denial of equity and diversity, epistemic devaluation, and exclusion from knowledge production. So you see, this phenomena has institutional repercussions as well, if we are willing to see it that way. And then on social level, it shows us the policy and practice gap, minimal institutional representation of vulnerable groups and families and people who may be an asset to the host community with their point of view, with their knowledge, and with their position in the knowledge production and knowledge promotion. And then eventually at the larger social and global scale, it reproduces the intersecting and cascading forms of social inequality. Just last thing, this is what happens when a person is given an opportunity. I would love to tell you all, this is my daughter, and I hope she's going to become some scientist someday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monica, for the beautiful presentation. So now we have Dr. Professor Rana Djani. She'll be online. She is a professor and internationally recognized scholar in epigenetic and refugee trauma, and a global leader in advancing science, education, and women's empowerment through initiatives such as We Love Reading. So, her presentation.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes, Professor Rana, you can continue.
Excellent. All right. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Wa alaikum
It's a
assalam.
pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in person because of logistic issues, because of the ongoing conflicts and aggressions by Israel. Prices of flights were prohibitively expensive, so I wasn't able to, and cancellations. I've been following all the sessions all yesterday and this morning, It's a fantastic conference with excellent speakers. I want to start by introducing myself in a different way. My father's from Jerusalem, Palestine. My mother is from Hama, Syria. I hold a Jordan citizenship. And there, in that context, I represent the diversity of the region and the connectedness of the region, as I'm sure it is the same in other places around the world. And the only reason that we had these labels in isolation is because of colonialism. So we are the living result of colonialism. Now, I'm also very interdisciplinary, as you mentioned. I'm a social entrepreneur, I'm a scientist, I'm a mother, and so on. And I think this is also very important and was pointed out yesterday about how beautiful it is that people from different sectors, different disciplines are sitting together to talk about the challenges that we face today in our world. And so I will not repeat what was said before because it was very rich and on point, but I will build on it. And maybe it is fitting that I'm the last speaker on this panel. So as I mentioned, this conference is very special because it grounds the voices of the Global South and those who are actually displaced and experiencing those displacements, which is a breath of fresh air. But we're scientists, we always have to critique. Why in Rome? Why do we have to go there? Because there are unconscious biases just by the positionality of where we are, where we speak, where we gather together. And so this is a reflection of hierarchy, of unconscious bias of who counts and what power counts and so on. And unconsciously we embrace it and it reflects on us in different ways if we really, really want to sit back and look at it. And I also want to just point out part of that, why it has to be, such conferences need to be in the Global South, not just by the voices of the Global South, but actually in the Global South. Because when we speak about our histories, so that we have an equal balance, everybody has been taught the history of science from Europe, from the Enlightenment, but rarely do we speak of the history of science from other parts of the world. Galileo was not the first person to talk about the world is not flat. Muslim scientists came way before from the Islamic civilization. The scientific method was not created in Europe. It was created 1,000 years earlier by Ibn al-Haytham. And speaking of women scientists, not to mention the first university in the world was initiated, designed, and envisioned by a female from Morocco, Fatima al-Fihriya. But the Astrolab, which all our GPS today is based on, was by Lubna from Andalusia. So therefore, when we situate things in different contexts, we see other parts of the world and other contributions of the world to break this hierarchy, this framework of Western domination. I will talk about 3 points. I'm going to talk about language, measurement of science, and networks. So the first one is language. Terms, words, labels. Yesterday and today, I've been hearing, because I'm observing from afar, the words that keep popping up: refugee, victim, diaspora, displacement, but then you have the expat, right? And then we're all confused, and feminist, Islamic, and we're all confused. Who am I? Which one do I belong to? And so these labels actually they're not there very innocent. They actually shape not just who we are, but they shape our minds, how we think about ourselves. And that's why we are in a dilemma. But they also uncover unconsciously the biases. If you're an American or a Western in Nigeria, you're an expat. But if you're the opposite, no, you're either a refugee or displaced. And this was mentioned earlier. So we need to be very careful of terminology we use ourselves and what is forced upon us. And that's why I call for us to come up with a whole glossary, a whole new terminology, a vocabulary with which we describe ourselves and describe the world around us. Because these words create borders and barriers, right? Before colonialism, 100 years ago, people were always moving around. We've been as a species for 200,000 years. We move, we flow, we go. But only recently with nation states and colonialism, suddenly there were barriers and borders preventing us, forming us, defining us. But these are not just physical barriers on the ground. They are actually barriers now that we have internalized into our brains and our minds and how we think of ourselves and how we look at the world around us. So, and these, of course, words don't come out of a vacuum. They are a reflection of a philosophy framework that we live in today, which is rooted in Western philosophy, which it comes from the concept of we want to dominate nature, the hierarchy of people, which we have seen all the negative outcomes of that kind of philosophy, which people all over the world are waking up to now. And that's why we need to me, first recommendation is creating a new glossary, a new terminology to shift the agenda, to shift the literature, to shift the policy, and more importantly, to shift our minds. Now, the second point is language. Which stems from a continuation, of the first point, is that we are all here because we speak English. If one of us did not know how to speak English, you would not be in this room. So there's already a filter, a barrier for those who do not speak English. And I'm sure there are scientists who are better than all of us in our home countries who do not speak English, yet they are not visible. And also add to that, there's a lot of are also invisible. Recently, in the Arab world, there's a new repository measuring, just similar to Scopus, the Arabic scientific contribution, which is invisible, does not appear in Scopus at all. And I can share that article with you, but I'm sure it's similar in other languages. So if we really wanted to learn how to move forward, we need to allow, open the door for everybody. And the onus is not on us to find somebody who speaks English. The onus is for those who are interested to do the translation. And today with AI, that is feasible and we can be done. But we fall into the trap of, you have to speak English. Now, the second point, is about how do we measure science? And it is a normal flow from language. Because science is Western and in English, and it forces upon us to see one way of doing science, that anything else is not accepted. Kind of sounds very colonial, what is approved and what isn't, what is civilized and what isn't. And so in terms of methods, we talk about quantitative, we talk about measuring objects as these state-of-the-art kind of scientific approach. Well, that works if I'm measuring genes. I'm a molecular biologist. I work with genetics. But when we go into human behavior, which is very complex and very diverse by virtue of it being human, we can't use standardized models because that also imposes that there's only one way, one model, one type, and so on. And anything else doesn't work. So, for example, for me, when I was studying the impact of trauma and war, because I come from Palestine and Syria, where the Israeli aggression evicted my father in 1948, I was trying to understand, does trauma experienced by a pregnant woman get transferred through her DNA, through epigenetic markers?
Dr. Rana, you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute.
Yes, I'm ending. And I realized that, yes, we indeed could measure those markers, but what do they mean? How do we interpret them? Is all based on the framework that we inherited rather than coming from our own local context of how we envision what that could mean. So instead of it being victimizing and vulnerable, we can talk about it as being agency and adaptability, which we see in all of you. And that's why we need to change how we measure and what is science, who decides what it is. And also it was already mentioned about using methodology of qualitative storytelling, which is innate, and so on. Now, the last third point is how do we do this, right? This is systems change. What I've been talking about is systems change. We need networks. Yes, indeed, we have OWSD, which is great and fantastic, but we also need more networks that are layered upon like the OWSD network, because the OWSD network is in every country. We can think about diaspora networks. I was head of the global diaspora for Arab scientists, and we held a global diaspora network for all countries, which OWSD was part of in 2022. So if we had networks that harness the diaspora, and we can then capitalize on the 3 C's, connect, collaborate, and catalyze. The scientists in diaspora from our different countries can help and support to create better science, to build capacity and confidence, to have local sovereignty, to have a balance of power. And that way we can actually break the terminology yoke, because we will have a voice of advocacy. It's like unions, academics don't have unions, to support each other, to advocate for each other collectively and have an impact. And of course, I know we have like the ISC, we have TWAS, and we have others. Unfortunately, these are not equitable. There are power dynamics. When we talk about Gaza scientists, they are silent. If it's Ukraine, it's okay. Iranian scientists have been killed and so on. So we need to create networks that are equitable and allow us to see how all the problems we face are connected, whether it's climate change, racism, indigenous communities, or Palestine for that matter. And Greta Thunberg is an example of that. And as scientists, we are smarter. We need to zoom out and see how they are connected, because it is on purpose that they want us to be divided and not see it. And we need to therefore go to the root cause rather than just deal with the symptoms. As scientists, we are good at that. And I will end by a quote from Einstein. He said, the world is being destroyed, not by the evil in the world, but by those who stand silent. So we as scientists have to speak up, and we need to support each other. And, things are not going to change overnight. We know that. It's about thinking long-term and having a long-term vision, and starting with the young people. And in that effort, I started We Love Reading, and my colleague, Dr. Rasmi, has brought with him children's books about science for children that you can actually take to your countries and share, because, it's the butterfly effect. When a butterfly flutters its wings, there's a change beyond time and space in the future. And so all our efforts will make a difference, just like the chaos theory says. And I encourage you all to be the butterflies of change. Thank you very much. And I have a suggestion to create a WhatsApp group of all of us, because I would love to talk to all of you and share what we can do, so we can create these networks to make a change. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rana, and thank you to all our speakers. And now we will now open the floor for the questions, and please keep your questions brief. Yes.
Thank you so much to all the speakers. I just wanted to come back, Dr. Rana, and say I fully agree with you with diaspora networks, which is why we as a federal organization of NGOs, our focal point are migrant NGOs. It's not the same as just any NGOs. That means they are led by migrants, for migrants, with migrants. And that's a very important part, because we keep on talking about power or change. We cannot change any policies that support each other or support our children without being part of the solution. So we're very much open to exchanging in case ideas or best practice examples. I have a question for Dr. Amna. For me, getting entry is not the same as finishing. So because you come from Germany, I'm just going to throw it at you. The greatest problem that we have in the universities is we have reached a point in Germany where we have managed to allow access for refugees. However, the greatest problem which we are still facing and continue to face is the majority 48% of refugees that begin in universities do not finish. 48% is a big number. What do we need to do?
Thank you so much. Okay, I think it's at the end, right? Or can I already answer? Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for your question, and it's a very important but complicated question to answer. From my experience, and for last 10 years of teaching international students and mentoring them, I see that the systems are built in a way that it's considered that you need to know certain things already. It's not only about the academics that one has to excel, but it's about the intercultural competence that one needs to have. And by intercultural competence, what do I mean by that? It is how you behave in a certain context, how you ask certain questions, how you interact with your colleagues, with your professor. But what is being taught is that intercultural competence, or having these skills, or it's the responsibility of the international students who need to learn it, but not of the international institutions who are hosting these students. So if I would say it in 1-2 sentences, that would be, there needs to be a need assessment, there needs to be a way to know what these students need,
those who could not continue their educations, what were the barriers, and then integrate them as solutions into the system. And educate everyone. So from professors to the admin to everyone who is dealing with internationals, that they need to know how to take care of that. And languages are also a very important thing in Germany. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the inspirational and provocative talk. So I couldn't stay, like, I needed to I have questions, and like 2 questions and comment. And the first one will be first a comment, because the North and South was so provocative. So I would like just to mention, for example, for scientific recognition, works recognition. And this is, when you are doing like reviewing and so on, we need more equity in that. And I think this should be mentioned, and maybe we need to try to see what we can do. Because recently I went through it's not recently, most of the time. Our paper, meaning developing countries and so on, they don't reach sometimes a certain step of this long process of submission and so on. But sometimes you come across paper or submission coming from the Western North, and you're like, oh, how this manuscript reach this stage? So if it was coming from, I don't know, Congo and so on, it would be, no, you can't, it can't go through reviewer. So I think there's a work to do. And there's also something I wanted to share regarding programmatic research and so on. There's operational research, which is very interesting, and that incorporates also qualitative. In that, you have the ability to contextualize, to adapt, and to adjust, which is very good and super helpful when you are trying to capture or measure the indicators, and sometimes they don't reflect where you are going. So using that approach helps to redefine and maybe develop more strategies that can be helpful. The question, and maybe the last comment, it's regarding we still have a lot to do, because I think it's Professor Rana who mentioned the AI and internet and so on, but the translation, for example, I don't know if you try it on internet and so on. Sometimes they give you things that don't make sense really. You put and then you're like, what does it mean? So we need us also to make our effort and give tribute and make our languages contribute and in a proper way, so that the translation can reflect what we know and how we know it. So the 2 questions, one is for Chiara regarding the people who return, because that was interesting. What were the challenges, or what did they face? Because I know that it's not always easy. And that can be the question that I have for you. And and I'm stopping there. The rest maybe at the break. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to touch on something you just said first before I answer to the question. I recently read a paper, and it was UK-based researchers trying to understand conflict in Colombia. Colombia's gone through many different conflicts for many years, and COVID hit, and they couldn't go to Colombia to conduct their fieldwork. So what they did is that they implemented these mechanisms of sending, or given the people in Colombia, they were supposed to interview mobile phones. They trained them in some video collection and storytelling, and they could collect the data themselves. And then what happened is that, they made videos themselves, they took photos themselves that reflected the reality, but when these researchers in the UK tried to publish this research, the university said no, because they were not affiliated. And as much as they tried through different organizations. What they did in the end, and I find it very nice, I think there's always a way to push back for these Western colonial approaches in academic research. They were forced to just keep the UK researchers' names in the publication, But what these researchers did is that they made a version in Spanish, the language that is like Colombian language. And what they did is that they made it open access in Spanish, but they charged for the version in English that didn't allow to include all the researchers that were involved. And that was something that, I mean, I was not part of this project, I just read on that, and I found it interesting because, yeah, they were telling their stories. They gave them the smartphones to take the photos and to make the videos, but they made the data. And yeah, sometimes you face these institutional restrictions and constraints, but there's always ways to push back, especially if you are in a Western country, in a Western institution, where you have the legitimacy that it was like unfair and everything, but there's ways to push for this and to try to change it from within. And that was something just to talk about what you said. But about the question in particular, these researchers in Peru, what they told me was that they tried to find jobs, they tried to work, they were just working in like service industry, waitressing, but then when they tried to go back to their careers, well, of course they couldn't because the degrees weren't recognized. So they opened their organizations, they pushed for that, they got some funding themselves, they organized each other, they started helping other Venezuelans getting the recognition or finding fundings or sponsors who pay for the recognition and the degree by the National Ministry of Education in Peru. It's a complicated process, I guess we all been through that. But then in the end, what they did, and I find that very, very inspiring, is that they were training others. They were trying to push through and within their community, but also they found some allies in the Peruvian institutional and academic sphere to partner, and they kept the leadership from the organization. It's led by Venezuelans anyway. It's conducted by Venezuelans, and they are publishing. They are trying to remain as an important actor without. I don't know how to. It's weird because I'm Peruvian, but I know how much we've been making it difficult for them, and I think it's super valuable that they keep this ownership from their products, from their research, and from their organizations trying to help others. Thank you.
So thank you all for like the insightful contributions. So actually we are running out of time. Maybe during the break you can. Do you want to comment or a brief question? Okay, we can take one last question. Sorry for this.
Yes, Paola Antolini, as I said yesterday, thank you for all this bright presentation. Thank you to Tonia, but also thanks to Chiara, Amna, Aicha, Monica, Rana today, and to Nadia. So the question is concerning Rana. Of course, you are right. I hope you are listening. Shukran. We have been educated with this philanthropic approach of being stronger together. So I feel that you are all models, and also we hope, butterfly of changes for this poetic expression. And also I want to share, in terms of knowledge, if you know that even Leonardo got inspired by the famous, let's say, previous and from other civilization knowledge. So the main question is, how can we be stronger together? OWSD is doing a huge work. How can we improve this excellent work already done? But you are all also not only butterfly of change, but also butterfly of hope. So super shukran, because the majority seems to be connected to the Islamic knowledge.
Yeah.
So what can we do? Thank you.
So, do you want to comment on it? Okay. Amna. Rana, okay. Oh, I think she is gone. Rana is not here. So just I wanted to wrap up the session. So thank you all of our speakers for these insightful contributions. So this session has shown that displacement is not only geographic, but also institutional and epistemic. So we have seen how inequalities are reproduced with system. But also resilience and innovative approaches can challenge them. So these discussions basically encourage us to rethink about the academic institutions as an active agent in shaping both disadvantage and opportunity. So thank you all for your engagement. Thank you so much, Provost, for having this wonderful session and this conference and inviting us. Thank you all.
Coffee break, yeah? Run to the next room. It's going to be short because we're late. No stress. We will be starting shortly. Please come back from the coffee break.
Testing, testing, testing. Hello, everybody. Thank you. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for your help.
Noi lo utilizziamo sempre per le nostre conferenze.
Grazie. Can we have it? Maybe we can have it up here. Ecco. If we need it, it's here. Perfetto. Okay, welcome back, everybody, after the break. We've got our final panel now. This is the panel where we're looking at the OWSD Wisdom Institutes. So here on around the table, we have the representatives from the 3 host institutes where the Wisdom program is being hosted. So we have Osman Gultekin from Turkey, and he is the main focal point for OWSD at the Aydın Istanbul University. We have Jamil Razmi Mekbel. Wow, did I say that right? Sounded good to me. who is our main focal point at Hashima University in Jordan. And we have Sheila Olivia Ninye, who is our main focal point at Mbarara University in Uganda. And as I mentioned in our first opening session, these 3 countries, Turkey, Jordan, and Uganda, have very many displaced people and refugees coming to their countries. And we were able to have these programs with them. So it's a new modality for OWSD in terms of how we operate. So until now, we had a PhD program which was focused on individuals. And we would send our scholarships out to the individuals individuals had the possibility of selecting any host institute for their PhDs as long as it was in another global south country. That meant that it was on them to find the supervisor they wanted to work with, the department they wanted to work in, the institute, the country that suited their needs and suited their possibilities. It was then up to the selection committee to look at their applications and then establish also a relationship with each of these different universities where the individuals were going to. That has been, in many ways, a very, very important and successful program. And we have over 550 PhD graduates from that program. That's women from mostly least developed countries. Thank you. Who have managed, those of us in the room who have PhDs, you know how hard it is in any circumstances to get a PhD. I did my PhD in the UK. I gave birth 2 weeks after I finished it, so I had my own challenges, but none like the challenges that you have. So it's remarkable that we have these successful graduates from that program. But we're now moving into a sort of into a more institutional model, which is based in the regions as well. And so what we do now is we are at OWSD, we are providing a kind of shall we say, a dialogue, a collaboration with the institutes to support them in managing to retain from the knowledge that we have built on over 30 years' experience of scholarships, what is needed to support these women to stay in the master's program, what difficulties they might face, and then they're bringing to the table the very specific challenges that the displaced women face in their specific contexts. So it's a pilot project at the moment, and we very much hope that we'll be able to continue with additional funding. But it's a scholarship program, so on the one hand, it's a financial value, but it also has a lot of added value. So each of the institutes, first of all, there's a period of outreach to try and make sure that women in the country who are eligible for the program, so they need to have displaced or refugee status, and they need to have already an undergraduate degree in a relevant subject. Then they can apply at these host institutes to STEM subjects that they have. So they're applying, through the usual means, but during the application process, they can single themselves out and say that I am eligible for the OWSD fellowship. So there's two things going on. One is that we are trying to disseminate the information, and I think each of our respondents will tell you how they disseminated the information to attract women who maybe never considered that they had this possibility to apply. And then we'll be looking at the kinds of challenges they may have been facing as they're going through the program now, and the sorts of solutions that are being co-created at the moment to try and support them. So without any more ado, I'm going to just ask each of them. There's not going to be any PowerPoints because this is considered a round table, even though it's actually rectangular. And it's, what's it called when you've got the fourth wall? It's like, in television when there's nobody sitting on this side of the table. But imagine that it's a conversation as much as anything. We hope to engage you all in this conversation. But we will begin by just setting the context. So I've asked each of them just to say something about the program as it is in their context. So over to you, Dr. Osman.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Osman Gültekin, and I am an assistant professor in political science and international relations in Istanbul Aydın University. I am also UNESCO chair on cultural diplomacy, governance, and education. I am also director of international relations. So, from different units, we try to promote and support this OWSD Wisdom program. We were introduced to program, and we were introduced to meet with Professor Dr. Tonya Blowers and Sena Galazzi almost 2.5 years ago, and Professor Dr. Zafer Aslan, I believe she is in the national chapter for OWSD, and she was also in the selection committee for PhD program that OWSD was offering, so she had a lot of insight about what OWSD was doing already. And the program was going to be a pilot program, so there were some sort of understanding already for the existing PhD program, but it was its first time, launching in the master level. And so we started the announcement after, of course, discussions, it lasted for a couple months. We launched the program in August, and we started to receive applications, and we had 60 applications. And in our announcement dissemination process, of course, UNHCR, local other refugee supporting NGOs help us. And then 40 of them were longlisted, and we called them on an online interview to see about their motivation and understanding and to check their credentials. And in these meetings, we also invited OWSD team to join those interviews. Actually, Sahil at that time, he helped us a lot about launching the program. So he had great support for this program to start. And then we ended up choosing 14 students, And one student actually got a scholarship request from Sussex University from England. So she said like she will go there as long as they are getting education, quality education, and safe. So of course, it was okay for us too. And then out of 13 students, 11 students were from Syria, 1 student from Palestine, and 1 student from Afghanistan. And then because we were missing 1 student, we had to make another round of call. And in January, we added another Syrian students to the program. As we were adding, but 1 student dropped out the program because she had a baby and she couldn't continue the courses. So with the consultation that we received from OWSD, and we had to drop her out of the program. I think she is back to Syria right now and safe, making her family and everything. So her situation is in good conditions. And all the students were enrolled to STEM-related fields. Most of them are in engineering and health-related programs. And throughout the program, we have 2 types of activities. One of them is like student network building activities, directly, addressing the students, how we can develop them. And the other type of activities, like institutional capacity development activities, like aiming primarily our staff, our faculty members and administrative staff, to run the program more successful. And we had many activities with the students. In student network building activities, we had a introduction meeting. So it is like an informal setting sometimes. We are having a coffee with the students and listening to them, getting feedbacks, and how we can offer new things to them if they need anything, if they have any challenges. In the introduction meeting, they got to meet with some key personnel in our university, like library people or the registration people in the recruitment office and everything. So actually, as Professor Dr. Zafer Aslan is also vice rector, and I'm being international relations director, so they were very close to the management of the university administration. So anything that they request from us, actually we are able to realize them fast. And we had a career office meeting with them. In the first meeting, they introduced themselves and the ways that they can help to those students. And in the second meeting, they made a training about how to build a CV and apply for jobs. And in one of the meetings, we called English preparation school director to our meeting. And although it was not included in the program, and some students were already in the Turkish taught programs, we wanted them to have English as a way to follow up on academic literature reviews and for their academic publications and works. So we included that part also in the program. And also in one of the meetings, we had master programs heads in one of those meetings, so they can know about the requirement of the program that they are having. And in that meeting, OWSD team also joined. So it was their first time actually. In the selection committee meetings, they met briefly, but this time they had a chance to meet with the OWSD people too. And also, we included them in our UNESCO short-term programs, peace and diplomacy programs, where they can meet with other local students and international students. And the core component of this program is intercultural competence development, meeting people from different backgrounds and how to grow empathy and how to navigate in a different intercultural setting. So this is actually what is needed, we believe, in our works under UNESCO Chair 2, to have a peace within the societies and also among the nations. And also the students were taking to, I am also the country director for Society of Transnational Academic Researchers, so they took online training with Star Scholars Network. prepare them for their academic journey and for their publications. So these like student network building activities that we regularly do it like in 2 months with the students to check up with them, like to see how they are doing, like if they need anything from us, and etc. And for institutional capacity development part, we had like different panels in international academic conferences. And although institutional capacity development program is aimed to develop capacities for the institutions, for our personnel, we try to include our students in those activities too. So we invited them to present their work, if it is related to the conference, so they can come. Actually, we have also in Eurasian Higher Education Summit, we held panels in 2025 with Sena Galassi and Tonya Blowers, and also in 2026, Nepal country representative, and also Nadia Ayub from Pakistan, and Tonya, they delivered another panel. And we had also stand in Eurasian Higher Education Summit. Our university is one of the organizers for this conference. And the students volunteered to represent OWSD on the stands. So they are engaging with the institution too, which is a really nice thing to see. And also they participate in the panels too. So it was something that we were doing like for institutional capacity development, but they also participated in those activities. And also intercultural competence development is the core of our studies under our UNESCO chair too. And the mother of the concept, Professor Dr. Darla Diyardor, we invited her twice within the institutional capacity development activities to our university. And she delivered story circles training to our students. We had a workshop on student experience internationalization, because the students are interacting with the other nationalities too. So those all aimed for their academic progress and also for their integration, to not only to, of course, to the campus environment, but also to society. And also, actually, we had in one of the panels, one of our students from Syria, she joined to me, and Sena, in Star Global Conference, and they took part also actively in the organization of the conference too. So we try to engage them as much as possible in our activities, in our work and everything, to help to eliminate the barriers for their, access to education and lack of mentorship, and also cultural adaptation challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Osman. So I think you get a taste there of some of the additional activities that they're doing at Aydın Istanbul University to ensure that the wisdom students really feel. I think we've been talking a lot over these 2 days about the idea of not just being integrated, but also of belonging, and all of these additional activities that students would usually be offered, but that it may need some encouragement to be involved, or it may need some actual very specific kind of activities. I think I think what you've described, Osman, is really a great model for how we can go forward. I would also just like to say, sorry, Esther Gallo. Hello, Esther is online. And Esther, I don't know if you're aware, but we can see you. There's a big picture of you behind everybody. So you're very much involved in this panel. Esther, we'll ask Esther as well. Esther is at the University of Trento in Italy, which is the same as Monica's institute. Can't see Monica, she's there. There she is. And Esther couldn't be here today, but she's going to tell us a little bit about what they're doing at the University of Trento, and I hope also maybe, Esther, comment on what you're hearing from these other institutes, how it relates to your own institute and the activities that you're developing. So now we're going over to Razmi, who's at Hashemite University in Jordan. So Razmi, can you tell us a little bit about how the Wisdom program looks like in your institute?
Okay, thank you so much.
Tonya.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. It's actually my pleasure to be with you and meet you all and listen to your stories and the studies and contributions you have yesterday and today. And I would like to especially thank the organizers for their massive efforts in making this conference happen and make it successful. And we already touched that, so thank you so much. My name is Rasmi Mikbel, and I'm assistant professor in accounting at the Hashemite University and assistant dean for academic development and international outreach at same university, and also focal point for OWSD Wisdom program. I mainly work, my research interest revolving around sustainability, corporate social responsibility, and we go more for positivism. But I prefer to think about interpretivism paradigm and pragmatism paradigm. So that's why I'm here, because I believe that there is no single reality. There are too many realities based on social communications and motivations. Actually, I'm not going to repeat what my colleague Othman said about the process of accepting, but I'm going to share our experience. The students, the wonderful students that we have started their academic study in academic year 2024-2025, and we believe that this program came not only to cover the tuition fees and other costs, but also we feel that the displaced, especially women, actually faced isolation and networking problem with the academia and other problems, especially in our culture. We prioritize men to put all the allowance for them to raise their family and to take care of them. So maybe women could lose or could be excluded from science education. So the idea of OWSD Wisdom came to, in reality, to understand the reality of women in these circumstances in all places, and especially in Jordan with displaced women, to cover this gap and try to make it in practice through mentoring and supervising and making networking sessions. I actually, since I started my role as a focal point, the program already has been started maybe 1 year, so I had to know the students and understand their needs in depth. So I made my interviews separately, and also we meet them regularly. And I try to understand their true needs behind this program rather than just studying courses or modules. So I was thinking about a concept of listening to action. So I made, after making pilot interviews and make themes for their needs, rather than taking entrepreneurship classes or leadership skills, we want to know what they need exactly. And I said that with them, and we excluded that they need exist, or they need some skills to improve their maybe scientific writing skills, academic skills, Excel skills, statistical analysis skills, because they are from STEM majors. So they need these skills, and despite the fact that the university gives some modules related to this, but we try to find what they need, and we are working on social or student networking sessions in addition to other networking sessions, rather than the maybe 15 classes or workshops we are actually doing. And also, after reviewing this program, actually, we find some maybe challenges, and we try to fix them along with the workshops, actually. And also, when I was working on it at the beginnings, my friends and I wanted to share this program to all my colleagues, and they all offer their interests and their knowledge to be shared with the students voluntarily without paying them anything. And also, in alignment with the UNHCR in Jordan, we are trying to improve the policies related to the refugees and displaced people rather than male or female. And we did change some policies because of this OWSD Wisdom program and UNHCR by not dealing with displaced students as international students, and we put like normal tuition fees, same as locals. So this is one of the changes that we made, not only the Hashemite University, but we are around 16 universities around the world. So we are trying our best to reduce the gap and make them feel that we are like a family rather than you are displaced, actually. Since I'm a researcher and I like doing research and doing empirical analysis, I'm trying to find a way to see tangible results, and the results can be measures either during the study, their student studies, or maybe after. So what I was thinking with Dr. Rana, because she is my colleague and working in with the same program, we were thinking to make a study after the graduation of the students to know how they define their identity after completing their degrees, and about their agency and their connection, how they are connected with the society and community, either in Jordan or other place. Do they get more confident after taking higher degrees? So this is a planned study to be conducted, and also I will finish up with this. Because we are we share the same program, either in different three contexts, we find some things that we can change in the future program regarding the credit hours and the duration of the program. So maybe in Turkey or other European context, master students can finish within 1 or maximum 2 years, but in MENA region in general, master students could take more than this, especially with the challenges they face. And indeed, after the regime, Syrian regime has dropped in late 2024, we are happy that 2 of our students return to reconstruct their country. And we left up with 8 amazing students, and they are eager to learn and to improve their skills. And these students are mainly from Syria and Palestine. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Razmi, and thank you for those examples of how this program is really having a leveraging effect on the Institute, and then how I think as a result of you coming together over these couple of days, the 3 of you, I think we'll hear more about how you're interacting and how the different solutions that you're finding in your different contexts are also speaking to each other, and that you're able to come to a sense of best practices and pool your feedback, and so it's really an evolving program that is based on the experiences of the students, and I think we'll talk about in a bit what do we really mean by the impact of this program, and how are we going to measure if it's successful. That will be the final question that we're going to look at. But now I'm passing on to Sheila, who is our focal point at the University of Umbarara in Uganda.
Thank you very much. Is it afternoon?
1 minute.
1 minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad that I am part of this great meeting. I am Sheila Ninye Olivia. I am the International Relations Officer of Mbara University of Science and Technology, that we commonly call MUST. So when I say MUST, I refer to our university. MUST is found in southwestern Uganda. Uganda is in East Africa, and we are the Pearl of Africa. Uganda is the largest hosting country of refugees and asylum seekers in Africa. And we have the oldest refugee settlement in Africa that started in 1958 and officially 1960. We also have had the biggest refugee settlement in Africa. Currently, we have close to 2 million refugees and asylum seekers. To the Wisdom Program, I am grateful to UNESCO, I'm grateful to OWSD, so grateful for working with us to enable see the displaced girls have hope. Working on this program from last year, we've worked closely with UNHCR and Window International that helps with their education aspect. They have helped a lot with equating the papers. You can't do this alone. You need networks, as we've been hearing from the start. At MUST, we have 20 wisdom girls. That's how they call themselves. And this was through a very tight selection. It wasn't easy to find them. At first, as we started working, I thought, oh, we will look around and we'll get the girls. I was very confident. We tried, sent out calls, and nothing. If you realize you can't just send, I remember I went to one of the offices, office of the Prime Minister, and one person told me, oh, put in the newspapers. And I'm thinking, they won't even have access to the newspapers. But we worked with the networks already in place, sent out calls on WhatsApp and word of mouth, tried to we got about 8. We had to sit and rethink, and we went to the refugee settlements, talked to the leaders, held information sessions, explained. So someone would say, oh, I know someone who knows someone who has studied a bachelor's. So it is not easy to find the ones who have studied sciences at bachelor's level. It wasn't very easy to find the girls, but I'm grateful that we finally got all the 20. And when they came in, they were selected. The process, as my colleagues already said, we had to do the interviews online, of course, reach out to them, encourage them to fill the papers well. Others did not have the academic papers. Others didn't have the original ones, but supported them through the process. And they are finally at MUST. Settling in wasn't easy. So more than 60% have children. Others have, of course, parents to take care of. Others have relatives. So coming from the settlements to the university, we had to work very closely for them to find the right accommodation. And then some were particular. I would like my children to go to a school where the religion that I subscribe to is taught. So we had to consider all those to help them settle in, but finally they settled in. And these girls are from Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. So they settled in, but now the academics are a different journey. The academic system in Uganda is different from where they were coming from. We realized we wouldn't do much without having the professors close to them. So in the program, we organized mentorship sessions. We've had a workshop about mentorship. I was happy when I saw it coming out strong. The scholarship, the money is very important, but there are many other bits that are needed to have a complete, successful graduate and someone who will change the community. So we've identified professors and senior staff, some senior students, and their colleagues who work with them very closely to help them walk the journey. We've had a training where they know what is expected of them, and the students all know what is expected of them, and how do they respect the boundaries, how do they work together to ensure that they are successful. We have also had academic guidance sessions to catch up, more like coaching, identified staff who can help them. Start with them about the basics of the research concepts, helping them to break it down to the level that they will understand. And the program that started last year, we're grateful that the first semester was successful, and this is their second semester, and we are confident that they will be much better. The program is life-changing. So that ladies come to my office and they pour out. They will come, and I have a section in office where there are flags of different countries, and one touches her flag and says, "Oh, now I feel I'm home." She will cry sometimes, or just smile, or try to hug it, and then go back. You see that they get emotional. They are trying to pour out. So we planned for a counselor who will reach out to them, and we have monthly teas, as we call them. They meet together, sit relaxed, we'll talk about what's happening, and have an opportunity to share, and the counselor, they reach out to the counselor anytime that they want. So that also helps to meet their psychosocial needs, which is very important for them to be able to succeed as they work hard on their academics. Maybe a bit about the institutional component. We realize that it is important to help other people to learn how to integrate displaced people in higher education institutions in a country like Uganda. So we plan to have a book, a handbook, best practices, benchmark for other institutions by the end of the project next year, and to do a research also about the experiences of the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Thank you also for your commitment and the time that you spend with the scholars. So we're now going to ask Esther Gallo to tell us something about her institute. I just need to check as well in terms of timing, because I know we have the film screening. We're supposed to be at 12, and we're now... We have another 20 minutes for this whole session. So we'll hear from Esther, and then I think what we'll do is we'll just put the questions out to the floor, and then we'll have time for discussion. Okay. Over to you, Esther.
Thank you, Tonya. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm very sorry I cannot be with you in presence. I'm an anthropologist, and I'm working at the University of Trento, Department of Sociology. But I'm not, the perspective I'd like to bring here today is the one of the University of Trento, but More importantly, I think the experience of Scholars at Risk Italy, which is a network of 40 universities and research institutes operating in the national territory of Italy, and the experience of Trento and SAR Italy in developing projects of inclusion for displaced scholars, whatever unsatisfactory this definition is. We only recently developed a dialogue with Wisdom UNESCO, and we're very happy about this, and we hope that this can be a step for future collaboration. So since the so-called 2015 refugee crisis in Europe, there has been a positive reaction among many universities in Italy and in Europe overall about developing programs for displaced scholars, with many positive sides and many negative and limits, many negative points and many limits, which I'll be happy to discuss also in the later on. But I would like to point out at 5 main limits that I believe cross-cut the experience of Trento as a university and Italy and the broader context of Europe. On the one hand, there has been a growing presence of displaced scholars in Italian and European universities. We don't have data, certain data. We had a survey with Scholars at Risk Europe in 2023, and there were 387 scholars within SAR programs, distributed in different European countries. But we also realized that this captured only the surface of the iceberg. 35% of them are women and 65% of them are male scholars, which is already a telling data. But why I say it's the surface of the iceberg? Because, for instance, in the light of this survey, in Italy there were apparently only 2 health scholars, but when we conducted a survey about the presence of displaced scholars in Italian universities in 2023, there were actually 120. So you can see, I mean, how limitedly we captured the reality we are working with. What are the limits in our experience? The first one I would like to highlight, and I'm not saying anything new with respect to what I learned from the colleagues that have been speaking in these 2 days. Nonetheless, I think it's important to give a portrait of the Italian and the European situation in a non-celebrative approach. The first one is certainly a limited institutional capacity, because the approach we are developing can be termed as a perennial emergency approach. Of course, we don't choose the emergency we confront with, but we choose whether or not we want to build institutional capacity by training staff, administrative, academic staff in our own institution, by building skills, infrastructure that make the inclusion of displaced scholars sustainable and meaningfully inclusive, or whether we want to choose acting and operating in an everlasting emergency approach. And this is our choice. And it is a choice that universities in Italy and Europe don't do alone. It is an institutional responsibility with respect to public Italian institutions, the Ministry of University in the first place, the Ministry of International Affairs in the second place. Only few universities in Italy and in Europe have started having dedicated staff that are able to support displaced scholars during and throughout their presence in our institution. In many instances, we work on a voluntary basis, often overstretching altogether our time, resources, which we do, but there is the need of institutional responsibility and support at local and at national level. A second element which I think it's important to highlight as far as the Italian and European context is concerned is that there is an over-reliance on third-party funding. So our projects, our programs are over-relying on private donors, and there would be the need of much more public funding. An important element is the persistent humanitarian approach that we are working with. There is, in my experience in Italy and talking with other scholars at risk referent throughout Europe, there is less recognition of displaced scholars' scientific capital. So as many of my colleagues who spoke throughout these 2 days already importantly highlighted, the refugee identity comes to the fore and the scientific ones goes to the background. And I think this raises the question of the kind of responsibility we are taking for and with displaced scholars when we think that displacement implies brain loss in the country of origin, in the country of provenience, and are we ready as Italian universities, as European universities to recognize and include this capital, or are we going to play the game where a second brain loss will be actually produced, or brain devaluation?
Esther,
yes.
just we need to wrap up.
Yeah, that is. I just wanted to say one last thing. I think within our projects in Italy and in Trento, we need to involve scholars in the drafting and implementing of the projects that we develop, in order not to place them in the position of being only beneficiary of policies, but co-authors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, and I think that this conference here is a gathering of all of you scientists with your experience that are bringing to the table the challenges that you face, so that these programs can be developed, from the positionality of displacement, let's call it that. I don't know if Professor Quadrio-Curzio has to leave very shortly and would like to just say a couple of words. Professor Quadrio-Curzio, hello. Thank you so much for...
I am here. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah. I don't want to keep too much time because we have had 2 very, very important full days of works. I just add that it has been a real an amazing experience to follow all the speeches of the actors of these fantastic meetings. And again, I am glad that Accademia del Lincei might give you hospitality, and I hope that you have had a good impression of such academy, which after all has a 4th century of life, which is not an irrelevant period of life. And I hope that in the next future we might have some other collaboration with OWSD. And my congratulations especially to Tonia Bloes and her collaborators, and all the colleagues who have spoken with such spiritual participation, and institutional and scientific competences. So it has been a pleasure to have you with us, and let us hope for the future. Many thanks.
Thank you so much. I think we would all really like to express our great thanks for this fantastic venue, which also confers on OWSD and our activities and all of us present a level of scientific excellence. It's a recognition of what you here in this room can contribute to this institution. So it's symbolic and massively important, and we really thank you, Professor Quadrio-Curzio, for facilitating this relationship, and we look forward to wonderful collaboration going forward. Thank you again, and thank you also for being with us all this time when we know that you are not so well, and we really, really appreciate your commitment to the cause. Thank you.
Goodbye.
So I would now like to go over to the room, and I'd just like to say to our people here at the table, there were a couple of other questions that we were going to direct towards you. They were to do with how your own knowledge of this program may have been influenced by what you've heard over these 2 days, the responses that people have been given, if it's caused you to reflect in any way on the program itself, or maybe resonates with you in some way, your own experience. And the second thing that we wanted to consider together was, what is the real impact of the program, and how will we know if it's been successful, which I think is a question we throw out to everybody. So just bearing those thoughts in mind, you can answer those in response to questions. I think we have 10 minutes, shall we say? We've got 10 minutes. There will be time after the film as well. I think it would be fantastic that we could have a round response from everybody in our summing up session. But we do have a schedule for getting to the film, so we have 10 minutes of questions now. I would like, first of all, to have hands up from those people who have not asked very many questions and who have maybe not even been on this stage. Is there anybody out there who has felt a bit shy? And hello, please. And we have the microphone. And I don't know about anybody else in this room. I can see you, I can hear you, I recognize you, but I will maybe not remember your name, and I think that might be the same for many of us. So perhaps you could say your name, and if you choose to, where you're from, and then and ask a question.
Hi, good afternoon. I have one question and one comment, if I may. The question goes to, I mean, the speakers who talked about refugee students, programs for refugee students, and it's a very open question, and I think it also requires a long answer, but I just leave it out as a, let's say, reflection for the future. But it's, how do you think we can best measure the impact of the programs for refugee students? I wonder about this because we run refugee student programs at the University of Trento, and I always wonder, what's the best way to say that they've been successful? Is it they managed to graduate? Is it they managed to enter in the employment world? How do we best measure it? And the second comment, the other comment I have is on, Esther was saying how, and also I think Monica before was saying how the refugee identity comes up front instead of the scientific knowledge or the scientific production. And I was just struck by the last picture that Monica put at the end of her presentation that portrays Einstein, and that brought me back to UNHCR communication initiative that was done ages ago that said Einstein was a refugee. And I just thought how we remember Einstein for being a scientist and not a refugee, and that's probably where we should aim to.
Thank you so much for that. Before I ask Ala, I just want to know if there's anybody else in the room who has never spoken, never raised their hand, not been on stage, who would like to say something, please.
Hello, everybody. Shada Bouker from Yemen. I'm an associate researcher with the Austrian Academy of Sciences, based in Vienna. It's maybe not a question, it's a recommendation, it's a brainstorming. I can't just help thinking about Yemeni refugees who are always, most of the time, are absent from all the data and yeah. So I was thinking, like, because of the closed borders, few Yemenis can be displaced outside Yemen. There are a lot of displaced refugees inside Yemen who get barely any opportunities for education or help. For students who want to study abroad, the embassies are closed in Yemen, so they don't know ways to go outside to study. There are some few refugees who can afford to travel, but then they're still refugees in Djibouti, Ethiopia, Egypt, some in Jordan, because not every country allow visa for Yemenis, except few. Malaysia gives free on airport visa still in Yemen. Yemen was in war for 10 years now, so situations inside is like going really bad with the universities and education system. As I lived in Malaysia for my PhD since 2013 to 2019, I was a volunteer with UNHCR as an education advisor. So they have some limited classes to teach English for Yemeni refugees, but we have to bear in mind as well that Malaysia doesn't have a signed of the Refugee Convention with the UN, so those refugees get arrested occasionally, and they are like really living not very good situation, and they don't have any opportunities to education or to be a refugee even in Malaysia. There are many scholars, I was one of them, living in Malaysia, and when the war and the circumstances worsened in Yemen, most of them, they couldn't return. And there's no much opportunities or opportunities even to be a refugee. So I don't know, maybe some could help with recommendation. Maybe there could be a future programs in one of these countries that could help those refugees in Egypt, in Malaysia, in Ethiopia, in Yemen, because there's so many in Yemen cannot go outside. And most of the opportunities are outside.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Just have a brief question, if possible, from Ala, and then we'll go to the respondents. No, we already saw that. Yeah.
It's just so hard to be brief, but I'll do my best. Because it's part of the core of my research paper and also personal experience, but I want to build on, I will have some recommendation, but also some of the questions. So just as recommendations, what to add to such programming, as this is piloting, I would really suggest having PSS or mental health support sessions for those displaced people, given of what we have been talking yesterday and today about, you know, the toll and the heaviness of being displaced, and also taking into consideration, I mean, how living, for example, in Turkey is difficult for Syrians in specific, and that's something not I am mentioning from my personal experience. Although I lived 7 years in Turkey, I can also speak about my personal experience with racism and discrimination of being Syrian. But also, this came in my data for Syrians who've been, you know, studying PhD in Istanbul, in Mersin, in Gaziantep. So, you know, so Syrians are being used as political card by the political parties in the country, and that's in the last 10 years, even at some point when normalizing with Assad regime and threatening Syrians to be deported and returning them. And even like Kimlik or the temporary residents, if you need to travel outside of your city, like a couple of miles, you're not allowed. You need to take permission. If you go to take permission, they told you, system yok, it doesn't work. You're even restricted of moving within the country or half an hour outside of the city. So imagine how it's hard. So I'm wondering, for those students you have selected in Istanbul, does it mean they only live in Istanbul? So that's also excluding others who are outside of Istanbul who have Kimlik and they need to take this approval, and how it's really, whether it's visible or not. So one of the recommendations is having this mental health support. Secondly, bringing this type of collaboration more into the local media, more than the international. Because if you go to the local media in Turkey, you see more about like hate speech, again, political card of Syrians being used, and more about racism, and that Syrians are not good, Syrians are bad, and then you see the crimes that has been taking place in the last at least 10 years in Turkey. I lived in the south, in Gaziantep, and my friends, I used to fear going out at night. My friends' cars has been burned, houses as well. So it happens from time to time, there's waves, of really hate speech that is being used by the media. So that's why highlighting such important collaboration that will reduce this tension, and that will also emphasize, the social cohesion between the communities, and try to bring the human aspect and how, yes, Syrians might benefit while living in a safe country, but also they're contributing, with their businesses, with their skills, with their qualifications. So one of the main questions I want to ask, and so what? They got this PhD, and so what? If Syrians in Jordan are not allowed to work, so they get this PhD, nice, and they put it in the wall, and that's it. So in Turkey, they're allowed to work, but depends on what. Okay. They want to get work permit, it's rejected.
Okay.
Most of the Syrians I know, and I know hundreds and hundreds, they got rejection in work permits, not an option at all. I mean, what I'm trying to say, as recommendation, if the institution that you are working with, if at least once they finish this PhD, if they can allocate a seat or two, or maybe start accepting, scientists or professors who are not Turkish, who are maybe Syrians, that would help them to practice. But if they get, this PhD, but if they cannot work in the university because they're not Turkish, so they cannot. So that's still, living in the limbo.
Anna, I have to pass on. Thank you so much. I mean, your points are really well taken, and your own personal connection to this topic is also very well taken, and I hope we have time to discuss it in lunch break as well. I'm going to take a question from the ambassador from Cameroon, who is here in the audience and has not spoken yet. And then I think we will go to the panel for their answers.
Good afternoon to everyone. And I'm so happy being back with you again. Yesterday, I had to leave back to the office because I had other duty calls on my desk. So just time to rush in back and meet you people in these very important discussions. It's really a singular pleasure that I had to represent my ambassador yesterday. And I think the discussions are really that which, if I'd missed, I would have been very, very worried. That said, I also want to thank the organizers. Thank you, Tonya, for inviting my ambassador here. And because he's away from office, I had to represent him. And I would like to say, mine is not a comment, but I've been thinking since yesterday, discussions which have been going on very interesting topics. I've been thinking about the relationship or the link, the interface between women in science and women in diplomacy, because they are both very tricky areas where women are trapped in the same context. For example, a a woman who comes to serve I'm in Rome, I'm a diplomat by career, and another person who is also displaced or who comes to do work, for example, in FAO, who is a scientist and everything. Our roles are very similar in the context that if there is a crisis in Italy, we are all representing our countries and we are all trying to advance knowledge in Italy. So I think this workshop has really helped me to build areas which we can foster. And my country, Cameroon, too, we have been having some crises since 2016, and we have many displaced women, children, and in general the population from some part of our regions to the others. So there is that huge burden. So I think the knowledge which I have actually gathered here, there are many experiences or practical examples which would help, which could help Cameroon. And I also learned that there are about 300 Cameroonians as membership into this organization. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how many of them are attending this conference because it's very important. It's for the developing world. So I don't know how many of them are present. I would like to meet them. And also, my last, not a question and not a comment, but I want to know if as a diplomat, a female diplomat, I could also be part of this very prestigious association or organization.
Thank you for your questions. So I would just very briefly answer that because it's something I can answer. Anybody here who is not a member of OWSD, you can go on our website and you can click become a member, and that's what there is to it. If you are a woman, if you are have a postgraduate degree in social or natural sciences, living and working in a developing country or from a developing country, then you can be a full member, but we also welcome affiliate members who are younger members who may not yet have a postgraduate degree, but they have everything else that we just said. And then we have friends of OWSD who don't fit into any of those eligibility criteria, but want to belong to our community and want to support us. So please do go on and become a member. Cameroon, we have 347 members, I think I looked the other day. We have a very strong national chapter in Cameroon who have just presented a fantastic application for the Genesis project, which I also mentioned yesterday. The Genesis project, we hope in the future, will always include displaced women scholars in the programs. And this is something that we want to work on with your support, understanding how to do that best. Now, I'm going straight over to the panel. A recap, because it's been a long time since we had the questions. There was a question around impact. How do we measure impact? So I think choose one of these questions, okay? And when it's your turn, you can answer them, because we don't have that much time. How can Yemeni scholars be incorporated? This is perhaps a question for all of the audience to consider in terms of how do we get more of these host institutes on board without the funding coming from OWSD Secretariat. Where can that funding come from? Can countries themselves raise funds and host these similar programs? This is a question that we would love you all to consider. You don't necessarily need to answer that question, but if you have thoughts, please do. And I imagine maybe Osman would like to respond to some of the questions around Turkey. What after is a question that is definitely in our thoughts. What goes beyond this program, which I think we also touched on yesterday as a question. And then women in science or diplomacy is another question that you might want to answer. So over to you. How much time do we now have? We've got minus 10 minutes. So I think what you have to do is give a brief answer. And then you could say, I would love to continue this conversation in lunchtime, okay? Yeah.
So I would like to continue. No, thank you. So these are very interesting questions, and I would like to touch briefly each of them, if I may, like very quick. So how do we measure this? How do we measure the success of the program? So actually, the impact on the students is important. Like how do we observe it? How do we measure it? It is one of the key points in this program. But this program is not just a scholarship program. It is like a personal transformation. Peace building is included. Sustainable development goals, educational diplomacy. So these are all the side benefits of the program too. And there are different stakeholders involved too. It's not only the students. We see a transformation in our institutions too. We see it like the way that the professors are looking at the issue also is transforming too, changing too. And also in the state level, there are many challenges in Turkey. Turkey was very unprepared to welcome that inflow of displaced people to country. There are 3.2 million refugees from Syria, and with the others 3.5 million people. And they learned on the way. And it is one of the countries that spends like the highest amount in the humanitarian aid too. But it is just not enough. But it is very fortunate that, the institutions like OWSD is involving in that kind of projects in collaboration with the universities, so we can do some impact, some change. And also, throughout the conversations here, I'm seeing all the researchers and everything are focusing on the general profile of the refugees. But in our programs, we specifically target the students at the age of university master level and female scientists and dedicated ones. So it is our focus is more narrow. So we don't really involve in the good the better conditions of the people in refugee camps. But especially in Turkish case, those students are already in some level integrated to society. They know Turkish. When they come to us, they were somehow passed through all those challenges comparing when they first arrived to Turkey. So we are dealing with that profile of students, and we can see the personal transformation in those students. We made a mid-program survey with OWSD team, and they came to interview with the students too. And there are going to be more qualitative analysis, I'm sure, that we are going to be doing. And we can definitely see the change in their career, from uncertain to have a clear vision, and also in their integration. We try to involve also local students too in the activities, so we can make them fully integrated to society. And also about their future orientation, they now have more self-confidence that they can do it in Turkey, or they can help in the reconstruction period of their home countries too. So we can observe that. And some students, they are already planning to have some businesses back in their home country in Syria. So they are going to be helping the reconstruction period, which is now more stable, I believe, in Syria. So they are going to be helping for sure in the reconstruction period of their countries. And one of the other side effects that, maybe primarily we didn't target, but we see in the global level too, this program is also helping supporting the global sustainable development goals too. It is directly related to quality education, peace and justice, partnerships, and poverty, and decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, reducing inequalities. So this program is very precious and valuable for not only those students and for in the global and national level too. So these are the things, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, fantastic. That's me.
I'm not going to repeat again what Osman said, but I just need to comment on some questions, and after that, in the lunchtime, we can discuss more. I would say, Rana? Ala, yes. It's sad to hear that like students who get certificates cannot work. Honestly, some of works with the permission they can work in Jordan. And one of the favorite teachers of my son is Syrian, and one of my friend is medical representative in a company. I don't know if it's legal or not, but I know a lot of friends work, Syrian friends work, but in last maybe 3 or 4 meetings with the UNHCR, we are trying to engage the graduates, refugees, with the industry. So this is the thing that we are working in the country level, not only university level, so we can have an impact in the future to get them involved more in other like industries. And in terms of the impact, just to comment quickly, I already mentioned in my first talk how to measure the impact. Maybe we can measure impact in 3 levels. The first level, during the program, we can understand and know how they are progressing in their program. And in the middle, if they are completing their program and what are the changes that they have so far. But at the end, we cannot measure the impact until we finish the program and have longitudinal data, so we can analyze either qualitative or quantitative, and then we make comparative studies between maybe 2 or 3 disciplines and compare it with other programs that happen. I already did some literature review about our model with other models, and most of these models in different camps have an impact, and this is somehow similar to our model. So definitely, and I believe that they will ultimately have an impact, a positive impact. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very important that we put in front the identity of the scientist than labeling them maybe as displaced. For example, at MUST we have the students doing nursing, they are there for pharmacy, pharmacology, they are doing anatomy, biochemistry. So trying to see what they are doing well in those disciplines will help to spread the word and encourage others more than always bringing out the other, the bit that they are being supported and they're flat, they're just displaced, but showing their success stories in their scientific side is very important. And to impact, it is indeed layered. Finishing the program is very vital. There are many that drop off, so for now, it's very important that they finish. And with the other aspects that we already shared, having them impact them differently, seeing how they behave, how they are confident, how they are relating. And for me, and what we keep telling them, it's very important to be a big voice to the world. You have come from the refugee settlement, but many people are looking up to you. We encourage them to go back and be a change, do something, even if it's small, but do something. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much, Tonya. Thank you very much, Sena. Thank you very much, Julia. You are great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Esther, maybe a couple of phrases. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be brief. In terms of impact, I think one element that we often tend to forget is retention. I mean, for those students and colleagues and scholars who come to Italy to study or to with a Scholars at Risk fellowship, but who want to stay in Italy, we always have to wonder what is the retention capacity we have as a country. What we see, unfortunately, is that the retention capacity is very limited in Italy and in Europe overall. So I think retention would be one one dimension of impact that we need to take into consideration. As for Yemen, just briefly about a story. I've been working with a colleague from Yemen who has worked here in Trento for 4 years. And when she came to Trento, one thing that she asked me was, Esther, I want to organize together events where I'm able to speak about the forgotten crisis in Yemen and the forgotten and the invisibility of the situation faced by many Yemeni scholars. So one thing we did was to work with her and under her guidance to build occasions in Italy, in Europe, in presence and online, where she analyzed and described what was her history as a women scientist, but also speak in public in order to limit the risk of forgetting some emergencies. Yeah.
Thank you, Esther. And I think we managed to cover all of the questions in the end, more or less. So that's fantastic. I just also wanted to respond to this raising about the importance of the scientific research. In this meeting, we're focusing on the interrelationship between gender, science, and displacement. And science itself, as a research, as an activity, has kind of dropped in priority in our discussions. I want to say, Hadir, where is Hadir here? It was great to see your refrigeration project up there on the screen. That's what we're used to seeing very often at OWSD in terms of the amazing research that you're all doing, and of course that's where we all want to be. We want to be able to focus on the work that you're doing and your amazing projects. So hopefully we'll be able to have also a conference that can focus on those elements. I think now I'm going to pass over to Sena for the film section. Thank you all very much. Thank you. That was great.
All right, as our roundtablers pack their things, we're moving to the basically almost final part of this conference. Shortly, we will be having a little film screening. We are very lucky to have with us the person behind the organization that has been developing these films with OWSD. You will have seen her, although I don't see her. You will have seen her, okay, taking photos these days, and I think she might be joined on stage by somebody from the participants. Okay. Yeah, and we're also joined by one of the people featuring in the films, Piu Piu, who you've seen a few times already, so please welcome Nicole Leghissa and Piu Piu Tinzo. And I'll leave it to you. And then I should, and then the films will be shown after.
Okay, so thank you for being here, and thank you for giving me the chance to take so many pictures and videos and clips. Quite compulsive. The videos that you will see were not filmed by me, so it was a different process. We did it with a few protagonists, among which Dr. Piu Piu, remotely. So there are short stories that you will see, 2 short stories of 6 minutes and 2 stories even shorter of 1 minute. I think I'm better as a director than as a speaker. But just one little thing, then maybe I will pass the floor to Piu Piu just to tell her experience in doing this with me. I founded very recently a non-profit organization because after so many years of telling stories of scientists around the world with a long-lasting collaboration with OWSD, I thought these stories are so beautiful that people need to know. Apart from the international and global scientific community, I think there is a need to know your stories. As Allah said, there is a need for social cohesion and a narration which is different. And this is the reason why we signed a collaboration with OWSD, this time not with me as a professional, but with me as the president of this organization. And the idea is not only to create the stories, but to disseminate them through general audience, especially young generations. So thank you, and now Dr. Piu Piu, my protagonist, one of them, Azir, unfortunately is not here. She didn't get the visa, as you know. So, please.
So thank you so much, everybody. Me again, and actually here, I really want to share with you about the vulnerable side of me, because like Nicole called me protagonist, and I would like to let you know how much it is painful for me as a human being. Whenever someone says, congratulations, your presentation, what you are doing is so great, my heart breaks. Because nothing is created single-handedly. I'm just the representative for lots and lots of my colleagues on the ground. And they cannot show their faces. They cannot get the credits. Some of them are in jail. Some are in the jungle. Some cannot speak English. Some cannot travel. I'm just the face for them, and I'm not a protagonist. I'm just the messenger. And I just would like to tell you this and how much it is painful to be congratulated on myself. Thank you.
I cannot forget that moment. I was doing some work at the biogas hub with two of my team members because the next day we were supposed to travel for a 1 week Eid holiday after the fasting month. And suddenly I hear bombing. It was not very close, but not far. And I could hear the sound clearly. After I made several phone calls, I found that something serious is going on, and we should leave immediately. It was Saturday, the 15th of April, 2023, and it was my first time hearing this sound in real life. We closed everything, electricity, water, and left immediately. After 5 days, I managed to leave Khartoum to my hometown, and 1 month later, I had to make a difficult decision to leave the country with my daughters. My name is Hazir Farouk. I am Sudanese Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Sudan University of Science and Technology. I am also a researcher and practitioner working on the clean energy transition. I am in Dalian City, in the northeast of China, close to Korea and Japan. It is my third country I lived in following my displacement from Sudan in 2023. In my last 5 years before the war started, I was focusing more on research than in teaching. I established a biofuels research lab and a biogas hub as part of a technology business incubator for clean energy products. So the biogas can be used directly as cooking fuel or can be upgraded to be used as a fuel for other energy applications like electricity generation at different levels. So it could be at household level or farm level or big scale. it is not easy to see all this damage, not only in my lab, but also in other universities and in research institutes. My lab was developed with passion and with support from different people inside and outside Sudan. I spent a lot of time and effort establishing it, and also my students invested a lot of effort and time, and so it was not easy to see it in this current situation. In fact, I was shocked to see the lab and to see the biogas hub more than when seeing my apartment steroid. The energy sector has been badly affected. Until now, the militia continued to send drones to power plants in different areas. So most of power generation, transmission, and distribution systems are damaged or unstable. In Khartoum, many electrical cables have been damaged. For example, at my university, which has more than 5 campuses, the underground electrical cables were removed to take the valuable materials, mainly copper. It is real collapse. We don't want to be treated as refugees or displaced people. We must be treated as resources that can contribute and be prepared to return to the country and take part in development after the war and in rebuilding the country. I believe Sudan needs us as key resources, and it also needs solutions that are adaptable and easy to implement. For example, in the energy sector, Sudan urgently needs decentralized and resilient energy solutions. You know, Sudan is a land of resources. It has sunshine most of the year, and as an agricultural country with abundant water, land, and animal resources, there is a high potential for bioenergy technologies such as biogas and biofuels at all levels, from household to large-scale applications. So we can produce fuels, electricity and heat, and all these together has a very important social, economic, and environmental impact.
In times of conflicts, many people think peace is not possible. But I think it is very possible, especially if women start to be in charge. We women should start leading the societies, fixing the distractions, and building peace. According to the data on health system attacks, so Myanmar is one of the most dangerous countries for medical doctors and health personnel. As a result, Myanmar's health system is now fragmented, meaning that there are many thousands of people not getting access to healthcare. My name is Pripyu. I am a Burmese national from Myanmar, Burma. I'm a physician epidemiologist and a health system expert. Currently, I am a lecturer at University of Hong Kong. I am teaching health systems and financing under Global Health and Development Program. To address the education needs of young people in conflict zones, a group of young academics built a very virtual education platform called Spring University Myanmar. Currently, we have approximately 500 faculty members and 19,000 students enrolled in our programs. To protect their safety, we cannot reveal their real identities, and we used nicknames and avatars. School of Health is my school. We have 20 academics teaching different courses at our school, and we have like 59 students just graduated in our diploma program, which is called Diploma in Public Health Leadership and Management in Crisis Settings. All our students are from different states and regions in Myanmar, especially from contested areas, conflicting areas. So they are kind of nurses, medics, medical doctors, and health systems leader. They came to our classes because they realized that crisis management is different. They need to learn different things to be able to manage, ongoing crisis, and there is no textbook or clear guidance on what they should do. Especially mental health issues, right? After airstrikes, the community is facing so much mental issues, and then we are giving them tools how to handle the crisis. Many people think that displaced scientists are only looking for opportunities in the West or waiting to be rescued. But that's not true. We are strong, capable scientists. I'm safe now and have a decent job, but my love and dedication to Myanmar never changed. In February 2025, I crossed the border into Myanmar, touching the river and land of my homeland after so many years was an emotional and powerful experience. On the ground, I met brave students and dedicated surgeons who continue to serve despite the challenges. I studied the health needs of vulnerable people in conflict zones. Their needs are urgent: blood transfusions, emergency medicines, immunizations. I believe in helping build Myanmar's future, even while conflicts are still happening. We are motivated by duty and hope, not just by personal safety. By creating this community, my primary intention is that to give our people on the ground a sense of belonging, so they come to the class and they feel that we are together. We are strongly connected because of the technology. So I have brothers. We call each other brothers and sisters, even though we are, colleagues. They listen to me. I listen to them. We all are talking about peace, development, and stability. We have to do these development activities along with conflicts. We have to do peacemaking along with conflicts and fightings. If we don't do it now, then it is already too late.
Oh no. even if you are displaced, even if you are far from a place, you can still do something and you are still doing something. Sometimes we don't find solutions, but this relief just of sharing the same experience and being able to have someone who can relate, but also to see that someone passed by there and they were able to succeed. And now they are practicing, or now they are at a level of their life when they can feel like I'm doing something despite being far from my country.
I lived under war for 4 years, I would say. And then I went to Turkey, and I shifted my career from computer engineering to emergency humanitarian and then development. My work is about Syria. My study is about Syria, and all my social media is about Syria. And I don't feel belonging to where I am now, so I feel stuck. Yeah, and I always feel responsible. You know, even if I study or work for 12 hours a day, and I feel like, yes, I'm lucky enough comparing to the ones who live under the war, under bombing, and under hunger, and under so.
I think we emerge from that, those worlds that we've just had created on screen. I'm just going to ask if we have any time at all. I'm not sure what time the room needs to close.
I mean, we have maybe 10 minutes to wrap up.
So let's do 10-minute wrap up. And I think rather than speaking from here, I think what would be great would be if we can go around and you can say your reflections on these 1.5 days. We do have 10 minutes, so please consider the time that your response takes may take away from somebody else's time that they need for their response. So, but I think it's been a very intense couple of days, and it would be great just to hear. So maybe we'll just start and we'll go around. We'll start from right to left and go like this. If you don't want to say anything, no problem at all, just pass on to the next person, okay? And you can choose if you want to repeat your name or anything like that. Off we go.
My name is Ernest Tunguko, from Kenya. It's been intense, emotional, and with a lot of learning. And I hope to meet you again, all of you.
Shada Bukir from Yemen. Yes, it's being very emotional. I felt visible and yet invisible. So I want to thank everybody here for putting light for all this. We are human, and all these emotions are natural to be connected through suffering and hope, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to say that I'm very hopeful after listening to everyone and the work they are doing, the dedication they have, and also a very recurring issue that we have seen in different contexts related to women scientists, refugees, displaced women, the psychological burden that women have, and it is in different studies that are not connected together, but that issue is recurring, that maybe needs our attention and further work that we would be doing. And I'm looking forward to collaboration with some of you I already talked to, and thank you so much.
I'm Erin again. I think on one hand, it's really unfortunate that we have to have an event like this. But on the other hand, I leave really inspired and hopeful, and I think connected to other people. And I think building this community of practice is needed more than ever, and needed solutions from women more than ever.
Thank you. I would say it was very rich experience, lots of resources, great connections. I would say a transformative experience. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. This is Ala from Syria. I think now you all know. Yeah, it's been triggering, I have to say, in the last 2 days. And yeah, I feel overwhelmed, but I also feel touched and inspired. And I feel stronger with such feminist solidarity that we see all around this room. So thank you all, and all the support, and continue chasing what we want to have in the future. Thanks.
Hello, this is Nadia. So this is a very great platform where I've heard a lot of stories from the world and what you people are experiencing, and your stories, especially those who have gone through all that. So as a psychologist, now I'm looking forward how I can work deeply on that type of the problems and the issues and the challenges from you people, all you're experiencing. And I'm open for any type of collaboration. I'm working on women issues, women empowerment, and especially resilience. So anything that you feel like that I can collaborate on that, feel free. And a few of them is already connected with me, so anyone are also interested, so let me know. Thank you.
Our youngest participant, by the way. First of all, thank you to the organizers and everyone that's been behind the scenes working tirelessly on this 2-day conference. And I appreciate the work that you do and the effort that you've made. So thank you very much, all of you, the entire team. My final, it's not a remark, but I like to be pragmatic and practical. So I hope that after the conference, we're all going to be pragmatic and practical and reach out to each other to collaborate on scholarship, and be it edited volumes or Q1 journals or publishing or co-authoring or whatever. You have a friend that can help, that would love to work with you, so please don't hesitate. Yeah.
Huda from Yemen. I am, very great. This is very great, event. It is a different event from previous, I present or participated in. Actually, it is very touching, very insightful. I got a lot of lessons from this event, and open for me something to do in the future, inshallah.
I'm Sana from Yemen. First, thank you for everyone here and for the organizers. Yesterday and today we listened to many stories for women from countries under crisis, and we can clearly see that they have many things in common, if not the same or nearly the same. This is good because we can come with a general conclusion for all of them, but maybe, I don't know if it's a question or just thought that, can this conference meeting produce practical solution or steps to help the scientist women in these countries, not just conclusion or just telling the story. We need something or even ideas can convert it to a real program to help the women.
Okay, as using sandwich criteria, because we are in medicine, use sandwich criteria. And in conclusions, thank you very much for this wonderful event, the first thing. The second, some points I feel some negativity. For example, I never underestimate the pain, but all the time there is more painful and more painful situations. So all these tours was painful, sure, but of course in Yemen and Gaza we have more and more and more painful stories, and that we have to realize. And the point I mean in this point, if you are in pain, you have to realize that there is more pain and painful stories you are not seeing yet. The first thing. The second, in some point I feel that it is over dramatic situation, especially in our port. No, in our port we have support. All of us from different countries, all of us females, many of us full professor and associate professor. So we reach that because we have support. So we have support. All of our universities, the percent of female to male is 1 to 1.4. I mean, the female is more than 50%, 6.3, I think. 65% of our graduates are female, so we have a support. Sure, we need more support, but we have support. The second point, and the third point, I will not be so long. The third point, we have to be thankful for Jordan, because Jordan, alongside all the years, was the first country that gave us shelter, support, homes, cards, passport, and identity. And in the same spirit, Hashemite University and choosing of Hashemite University was very, very supportive for teaching the refugees from the Arab country in Arab culture, university, and not apart. So thank you very much. We haven't been hated for the situation. Sure, it's not chosen situation to be a refugee, but there's all the time countries which help us in the Arab world, which is very important. Thank you very much for everything. That's it. We haven't to be more political. Thank you very much.
This is Hadil. And first, I would like to thank you for the conference and the excellent organization. I hope our voices are heard and we have been able to help others. Thank you.
Paola Antolini, Spadafora, I have no word to say how excellent is this meeting. Just want to thank the Tonia coordination and team. I attend many gender equity and displaced women. Quickly, in different parts of the developing world, starting from Thailand to Pakistan to Nepal to South Africa, Soweto, but it's the first time that I recognize these excellencies. So as a working and learning lesson, we are no more the same than yesterday morning. We're looking forward to continue. It has been also very moving, as has been said, and poetic, even if painful. So, what for next cooperation? You can count on me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kimon Stephanie from Cameroon. At the end of this conference, I'm so happy to have had this wonderful and enriched experience. Thank you to everyone. Women experience are similar over the world, and we must make to try to improve our place in the world. Thank you.
Thank you also from me, Splesio and Lovo from Germany. I remember when I began my career, I spoke to a professor I saw at a conference similar to this, and I asked her if she had any book, because I was ready to learn and read and absorb. And she just had one response, and the response was, "Are you not the one to write it?" It took me lots of years till I got to this point where I'm writing my PhD. But I just want to give it back to us, because these 2 days have been not only inspirational, but it's just been a privilege to be amongst such amazing minds. And I just want to say thank you from us, from my team in Germany, and I hope we continue networking.
Thank you very much. I think that at this stage, maybe people are tired of my voice. Yeah, but I would like first to thank OWSD, because not only for the conference, but also for the opportunity, because behind this, there were also opportunity to do the research and so on, and everything that you are doing, providing the opportunity for every woman, regardless of where they are, their status and so on. So really thank you for that, and we shall continue maybe to wish and keep that you can get more funds for all the projects that you are launching. So for me, I met beautiful souls, yeah, really, and thank you for sharing everything. And I think for that, we can build a lot together, and you are able to do it. And that should be the spirit we must keep. Thank you.
So hello everyone. I just would like to say that I feel home with you all, and really thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us the floor to share our stories and our insights. And it's also reassuring to hear that we are calling ourselves a community of practice already. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that grow and really making an impact, all of us together.
Thank you for organizing this. I'm very happy after all this month I got to meet you in person, but also the other many wonderful researchers that are here. I'm thankful for the opportunity that I had to listen to your stories, but also to learn who you are through them and the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a great opportunity to learn from all of you, and I'm so energized to work with the Wisdom Scholars. I will show them who you are, and they will know that they are people they can look up to, and they can make it in life. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. I'm glad to know all of you actually, and I would say that I'm open for any research to do either within this program that we are hosting or any other research, either qual or quant. We are open to do that. Thank you so much.
Hello again. I would like to thank OWSD team for organizing such a nice conference and productive conference like this. And it is great to connect with our other like-minded scholars from all over the world. And I again feel the pride of having that, contributing for a noble mission of, including women scientists in educational fields. And I am looking forward to staying in contact, connected with you, maybe through LinkedIn profiles and everything. And I would like to thank everyone for their contributions, valuable contributions in this conference. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to say that I feel privileged to be able to be sitting in this room next to you, and I feel that in this room there is a lot of energy, a lot of strength. It is an extremely resourceful room with a lot of resourceful minds. There's one sentence that really I think will stay with me after this conference, and is a remark that Pew Pew made yesterday, that only in times of crisis you can learn new things, and I just love that. And I have just one wish that I'd like to share for the future, which is the fact of seeing also more male allies in future events like this, and joining the advocacy and support of the gender displacement and science nexus.
Thank you very much. It's such a privilege and an honor to be among you all. And I was actually thinking the same as Elisabetta, that if we are going to dismantle hegemony and then male dominance, we need to have them with us. And then the balance should also be between South and North when we are talking together on our collective issues. And the last thing that I would like all of us to leave this room with is that the work that we are doing is not only meaningful now, it's going to be meaningful for our next generations. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Good afternoon. I want to sincerely thank the organizers of this wonderful program that have brought about assemblage of the best brain to see that knowledge is sustained during crisis for science women. And I want to thank the organizer once again for giving me that privilege to be part of this program. And I'm going home being more impacted, being more knowledgeable, and also with hope that women in science, irrespective of whatever challenges that they are passing through, that there is a light after the darkness. So once again, I want to thank the organizers again, and I want to also say that I'm very much open for collaboration in any area regarding women displacement in science, women science student displacement, and AI development, or any other aspect of education or methodology that we could use to enhance displaced science students in their various locations, because that is my area. I specialize in methodology and pedagogy and articulation of curriculum studies on various contexts on communities and individuals. So I'm very much open for a collaborative work in any area that will enhance and advance the science displaced student. Thank you very much once again and again.
Thank you. I really want to thank the organizer for inviting me. I'm Mercilia Francesca from University of Naples L'Orientale, and I'm here as chair-holder of the UNESCO Chair on Education, Climate Action, and Gender Equality. And the main objective of our chair is to give voice to the women in Africa. Our focus is Africa, both North and Sub-Saharan Africa. And we want to working with our partner in Africa, we want to give voice to the women who are affected by climate change, but who are also actors of the change and can really do a lot for mitigation strategies and so on. I apologize because I was not able to attend the conference yesterday, but the today conference was very, very inspiring for me, and I thank all the people who presented today. I thank again the organizers, and we are open as UNESCO Chair to any collaboration with all of you. Thank you very much.
Patient from DRC. Thank you for this very rich contribution. And as I listen to today's intervention, it is not only crisis or displacement that interrupt women's career in sciences, but also the fragility of the institutions that should be supporting them. In many contexts, frequent changes within administrative structures prevent the development and long-term scientific policies. And this is why I wonder, alongside emergency interventions, it might be necessary to think about permanent institutional mechanisms also at the diplomatic and international level. I think I can provoke a next research now. It's difficult, yeah. About the movie, we saw all of us, we can conclude how the war is the mother of poverty in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll not add anything because all has been said. I thank the organizer and the speakers. I think that events like this one should be organized sometimes frequently and 2-3 times in a semester, I think. Because there are a lot of people that are not here in this room, and the idea is that if we know, we love. And with this, I passed my talk.
I'm really sorry just to say that the lunchroom closes at 2 apparently, so we'll have to be as quick as we can. I'm really sorry about this.
Thank you very much. I just want to say I'm very, very overwhelmed and humbled by the knowledge which has been shared in these 4 corners of this world, and to reiterate the thanks of my ambassador and my humble self, and to say I am really looking forward to join the organization. And I hope my Cameroonian, the person who represented Cameroon here would be able to also share this knowledge so that Cameroonians can benefit from a distance. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Klibali Bamba Kanali, diplomat of Ambassade Côte d'Ivoire. Allow me to continue in French. Ok. Donc, au nom de l'ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire en Italie, je voudrais vous adresser mes remerciements pour nous avoir associés à cette conférence enrichissante. Je voudrais aussi encourager l'organisation à poursuivre ses actions dans le domaine de la promotion du genre. Et l'éducation est très importante dans nos différents pays car ça contribue au développement. Donc, je voudrais aussi assurer l'organisation de la disponibilité de notre ambassade à poursuivre en fait ses engagements, ses actions au sein de la Côte d'Ivoire en vue de promouvoir l'égalité du genre dans le développement et dans le domaine des sciences également. Et pour moi, cette formation a été très enrichissante. Ça a été une occasion, une découverte, permettre d'enrichir aussi le carnet d'adresses de notre ambassade. Donc, je voudrais vous remercier et je souhaite que ces échanges soient fructueux en fait dans le futur. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. I'd quickly say that the main point was that the embassy of the Côte d'Ivoire extends their very big congratulations and their wish to continue to collaborate with us in any way. So thank you so much.
Hello, I am Nyang from Myanmar. So I feel very blessed to encounter these amazing people at the very beginning of my research journey. So I hope I can recall this moment and gain motivation again along my journey when I feel down. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Nancy Chimanuka from DRC. I'm very grateful to be here. For me, it means too much because not only of the war in DRC, but particularly because of the resilience. It's something I keep in my mind. We normalize crisis. I live it when the rebellion came in DRC. I was there, and I was going to work in this trouble. It was like, but if I come back home safe, it's okay. And for me, this means that we have too much to do. To be here is really a privilege, and we have a mission to create a safe world. And education is a very big, powerful for that. So thank you, and I hope to continue networking and to learn more from your experience. Thank you.
Hello. So from our side, I can say that we will do our best to disseminate what we produced already and what we are going to create from the documentation I did here. And more pragmatically, let's meet for the group photo before lunch, okay?
No, after lunch. After lunch. Otherwise, there will be no lunch.
Okay, after lunch.
Julia, pass on to Julia also.
Hello. I've got so much to say, but I think we need to rush. But thank you very much. I'm so honored that you all made it here for these 2 days. I'm so grateful that I met you all. So, yeah, on to lunch now.
So just before you leave, we can say some more logistical things over lunch. But please, you must take everything that is yours from this room. There is no coming back here, okay? Everything, please take with you. Lunch is in the same place as yesterday. Now, everything now. Everything now. Lunch, you must go quickly, otherwise there will be no lunch.
20 minutes?
We have, the important thing is to get the food on your plates, okay? Get the food on your plates and go to the bathroom afterwards.